morning, everyone. It is 8:32. This is Wednesday, June 17th, State Board of Education. We've called the meeting to order, and Suzanne, if you could start off with a roll call, please.
Yes, I will.
Thank
Brian Campion,
Here.
Mohammed Job,
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Caleb Greenwood, Tammy Colby,
Good morning, everyone.
Tom Lovett,
Here.
Brianna Marsh, Cynthia Stewart,
Good morning.
Kate Webb,
Here.
Rich Werner, Secretary Saunders,
Good morning.
and Chair Samuelson.
Here, good morning. Thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to turn this to public to be heard. I do know that we've got some members of the public who wish to address the board. And just a reminder that we do ask people to limit themselves to 2 minutes. Also, if you have written materials that you would like to have included with the minutes, if you can email them to Maureen and Suzanne, they will get hyperlinked in our meeting minutes for the record. So with that, are there any members of the public who wish to address the board? You can raise your hand if you're on the Teams platform, or *5 to do so if you're calling in. Okay, I see Ricky Davidson and Kristen Freeman. So Ricky, we'll start with you. Good morning. And I think you're muted.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking some time for me to address you. My name is Ricky Davidson, and I live and work in Brattleboro, Vermont. I am the SAP counselor at Brattleboro Union High School. One of the things that I do is I support students that are struggling to be successful in school, kind of whatever that looks like. Reason I'm approaching you all today and asking for you to look at your policy in relation to students in career centers getting access to other services other than career center services during career center class time. I work with students at my high school, and my high school students have we have a career center on campus. That career center on campus, I sometimes get referrals to work with students there. I then found out that I'm not allowed to take students to meet with them out of a career center class, because there was a rule from the AOE that said that the CTE students cannot be removed from even a minute of a career center class. When I pushed back on that and asked why that was, I was then told it was actually your rule that you all created that said that the State Board of Education's rule that said that CTE students have to be in their class for the entirety of their time. Now, myself and other of my colleagues who do support work for students, we tend to not try to pull students from the same class all the time when we meet with students on a regular basis. Most of my appointments are 30 minutes long, and I meet with students like once a week. So I try to rotate them through different classes. In doing that, there's a disproportionate number of students that get pulled from certain classes, i.e. high school classes, but not from career center classes. And just to tell you a quick story, I had a student a couple of years ago that I was working with who was able to access her education partially because of the work that we did together. She had a 2-block career center class, a 1-block other career center class, which meant there was only 1 block of the day that she could miss a class. And luckily, she was really good about doing the work for that class, and her science teacher was understanding, but I ended up having to meet with her every week out of science class only because of the rule. When I asked why the rule was created, I was told because students that access career centers that come from schools not on the same campus as the career center, those students can't access support services at their sending schools during career center time. And that's why the rule was created. Currently in our existing career center, we have 141 students in our career center, and 114 of them either come from the school on this campus or become de facto career BUHS students because they don't go back to their sending school. So there's only 27 students that can't access support services in their homeschool during a Career Center time. Also, the way our schedule is built, we have a built-in time. It's about 40 minutes each day for other things. So go back for extra support in classes, but also special workshops and things like that around future planning. We call that ACE time. Career Center classes cut into ACE time, so even students can't access future planning and things like that because they're not allowed to do that time. So I'm just asking you to reconsider that rule and that policy. I have other concerns when I was looking around the Career Center stuff, some other concerns around Career Center thing, but that's the biggest one I think right now is the fact that students can't access other services during Career Center time. And I will say that that is also in relation to one of our most robust Career Center classes, which is a 2-block class, often takes a 20 to 30-minute break in the middle of their 2-block time frame, but which also tends to overlap with high school, with the high school's advisory time, but they're not allowed to go to advisory because they're taking a break from their Career Center class. Also, that Career Center class tends to end between 10 and 20 minutes early every day. So those students are already missing, excuse me, between 40 and about 40 minutes every single day of actual class time that they should be in class, but I'm not allowed to access those students for 30 minutes out of that class time to give them the supports that they need around a variety of issues. So I'm just asking for you to reconsider that. I will send along a 3-page document that I have of this plus some other things that I have some concerns related to the inequities between high school and Career Center programming and how students are treated very differently depending on which side of a building they're on.
Great.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I'm glad to know that you are sending something. I will look into this and you'll get a response back.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Kristen Freeman, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time today and your service. My name is Kristen Freeman. I am a Middlesex resident, and I apologize, I'm trying to get my statement on the right screen, but it's not working. So forgive me as I'm looking sideways. But I'm requesting Board of Education review and guidance regarding a recent reconfiguration decision within the Washington Central Unified Union School District that affects 2 elementary schools. On May 8th this year, the Superintendent Dillinger Pate announced a reconfiguration of Rumney Memorial School and Doty Memorial School. Rumney's in Middlesex and Doty is in Worcester. And this will significantly affect these 2 schools for the upcoming school year. Currently, both schools host K through 6. The reconfiguration moves upper grades to Doty. So Middlesex and Worcester residents will go to Doty and moves lower grades to Middlesex in Rumney. I understand that we're likely to see configuration changes in the school districts. That is not my concern here. My concern is the process through which this reconfiguration was developed and announced. There was no public process. There was no warning. The superintendent has said the reconfiguration is an administrative decision that did not require school board approval. Given its impact on 2 schools, multiple grade levels, staffing, transportation, and student assignment, I seriously question whether a decision of this magnitude falls within the administrative authority of a superintendent or requires board action. Public records indicate that board members discussed the reconfiguration and expressed support for it before the superintendent publicly announced the reconfiguration, but this was not publicly warned. And these circumstances raise serious concerns regarding governance, transparency in public service, and compliance with Vermont laws and the district's articles of agreement. 3 questions raised are whether this reconfiguration falls within the authority of the superintendent or the board under Vermont statutes Title 16, Section 242 and 563, whether the reconfiguration plan required timely and sufficient opportunity for local input under the district's own articles of agreement, Article 15, and whether the board's use of executive session during the May 6, 2026 board meeting to discuss and support the reconfiguration violated open meeting laws. I respectfully request that the Board of Education review these circumstances, provide guidance regarding the governance authority, public process requirements, and accountability mechanisms applicable to school reconfiguration decisions within a unified union school district. I'm also seeking to learn as a citizen what review, oversights, or other avenues of recourse may be available through the State Board of Education or other appropriate state channels. And I would appreciate gaining an understanding of the options available to community members to ensure that major educational decisions that have big impacts on our students and our families and our teachers and staff are developed and implemented through lawful, transparent, and publicly accountable processes. Just yesterday, I sent a letter to Secretary Samuelson, or Chair Samuelson, excuse me, and Secretary Saunders, and I will share that as well with the email you provided earlier. I'm happy to provide any other information. I have quite a lot of background documented, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. And yes, I did get an email yesterday. I think public comment is not, a dialogue back and forth, but, and you've raised some really good questions. So, as I said to Ricky, I think, what I'd like to do is have some time to look into this. And I will say, in my capacity as chair, there have been other parents that have reached out that are sort of concerned about shifts in, which schools are educating which students. And it really, as you mentioned, it really depends on the circumstances in which those decisions are made. Frankly, the State Board of Ed does not have a whole lot of say in how those decisions are made in general. But I think what would be helpful, and I will take a look at your email and provide a substantive response, but beyond that, I'd like to work with the board's counsel and really just kind of create a public document about which entities are responsible for which decisions and what recourse members of the public might have. Because I think there seems to be some confusion, and I think it would help to provide some clarity to that process.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah, so I will get back with you on that one as well. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Any other members of the public? Seeing anyone, we'll leave this open for a few more minutes. In the meantime, I will entertain a motion to approve our meeting minutes from May 20th, 2026. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
All right. Cynthia made the motion. Tom, I saw your hand raised. We'll give Tom the second. Any discussion? The only note that I had to the minutes is I do know that Caleb's mom was at the meeting. I don't know her first name, and I'm really sorry about that. But last name I do know is Greenwood. So if we want to reflect that she was there and put her in. And Suzanne, I don't know if maybe it's worth reaching out to Caleb just to ask him what his mom's first name is. But that was the only amendment that I had.
It's a nice idea.
So
Do you need a motion to do that?
we'll call that a friendly amendment.
Great.
So with that friendly amendment, all those in favor of approving the motion or the meeting minutes from May 20th, 2026, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Board announcements, I've got a couple. One, I do know that Brianna will most likely not be joining us today. She's on a camping trip and will be arriving back sometime later today. So doing appropriate summer things. And I don't know about Caleb, but he may not be joining us. I also heard from Rich that he will be running late. He had an appointment first thing this morning. So he should be with us shortly. The other thing is we had warned a tentative potential executive session. That's agenda item P. That is to consider a tuition appeal. The hearing was held, I believe, last Tuesday, and the parties had requested an extension of time prior to having the hearing. So that got pushed out. It was held last Tuesday. They were then given 5 days to file any post-hearing paperwork with Sarah, who is serving as our hearing officer. So the timing was just a little bit too tight. We are going to postpone item P. We will not be doing that today. We will have it at a later meeting. So we should be out of here earlier, which maybe is good news. And then we'll just plan to take that up at a future meeting. And then the final announcement, I do have two more. Let me start with the other one. I have been in contact with the governor's office about a new student member. There has been no decision yet. I don't know if anyone else saw, there was an article in the Brattleboro Reformer that came out that purported to announce a new student member. I checked with the governor's office because that was news to me. And if anyone else saw that article, I don't know where that student was appointed, but the governor's office has confirmed he was not appointed to the State Board of Ed. So I have no announcement about a new student member, but I anticipate that now that the legislative session has ended, we should probably be hearing a decision shortly, and that new student member will hopefully be on board to join us for our July meeting. And then my last announcement is, and again, board members may have seen this, but Bill Mathis, who is a former board member, but that's really like the tip of the iceberg of his very storied career, died recently. Bill moved to Vermont in 1982. He was from Tennessee, which I did not know that he and I were neighbors. But he was the superintendent at Rutland Northeast Supervisory Union for 27 years, which is a pretty long career. During that time, he was also kind of the impetus behind the Brigham decision, that found its way to the Vermont Supreme Court. He served as an expert witness in that case, which really then shepherded in Act 60 and the fundamental change that we've had in how we fund education in the state. After that, he joined the state board. He was on the state board for 10 years, served as its vice chair. He was involved with numerous committees, and just really at every step of the way cared so deeply about education in Vermont and gave his life to it. So he was very much a member of the State Board of Ed. He and I overlapped for a little bit before he termed off. But just wanted to acknowledge that he died and just express our gratitude on behalf of the board for all of his work for the state of Vermont. Tammy, I see your hand is raised. I'm sure you have comments to add, memories to share.
Yeah, I think many of us know the lasting and important impact that Bill had on public education in Vermont. But I also just wanted to share, many of you may not know that, but Bill was very active on the national level as well. President of the National Education Finance Association at one point, and was also had a significant leadership role in the National Education Policy Center out of the University of Colorado Boulder. I probably knew Bill for 25, 30 years, working with him around issues of finance equity. And I can say firsthand that I know of very few people who I've encountered in my work who have had a deeper commitment to kids and making sure that kids had equal educational opportunities. He would go to the mat for that. And I think we've seen that in the state. We saw it on the state board. We saw it in lots of different ways, but he also did that nationally. And the emails and texts that I've been receiving over the past few days over all of this from just national leaders in the field have been overwhelming. He left a big footprint, not just in Vermont, but nationally. And he has been missed because he hasn't been as active in the past few years due to an illness, but he will certainly be missed. And I certainly will personally miss not being able to pick up the phone and chat with him. He was a good chatter about things, and I'm sure, Kate, you're smiling as well. But just really wanted us to remember not just his impact here in Vermont, but his impact nationally and his deep, deep commitment to kids and what it meant to make sure that all kids have an equal educational opportunity.
Thanks, Tam. Any other board announcements, whether about Bill or any other announcements? Not seeing any. And let me just circle back one last time for members of the public. Again, we will have another option for members of the public to address the board at the end of our meeting. So at this point, I'm going to close out item B. And also close out item D, and we have no students with us today to provide a student report. So that brings us to agenda item F, our independent school approvals. We've got a couple on the agenda today. Tom, I will turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. We actually have two recommendations for approval and then one recommendation for permanent repository of academic records. But first, the two approvals. And I'll begin each one of these with a motion and then an explanation behind the motion and then
Hey, Tom,
ask for vote. Yes.
I'm so sorry to barge in. I apologize. The heads of school were asked, we're a little bit ahead in the agenda. And both the heads of the schools being reviewed today were not expected to join us until 9. So, you know, if anyone has questions, those folks won't be joining us until 9 o'clock.
Oh. Well, let me do this. Thank you, Deb. Why don't we skip ahead? What if we do the committee updates? Take that up now, which is agenda item H. And then if we're still running ahead of schedule, maybe Tom, we could start with College of the Atlantic before the two schools. Does that sound good? All right. So why don't we turn to committee updates? Brian, I'll start with you for the class size standards implementation committee update.
Apologies, I needed to find my unmute button. You would think we would all know this by now. Our committee met and we had a lively, fruitful conversation. Appreciate the agency spending time with us as well as committee members. And people, I will be in touch to find a second date to meet. Probably, hopefully you'll receive an email by early next week. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone on the committee want to add to that? Okay.
Sure.
Tammy,
I mean, I think we had a great I think the committee had a great discussion around sort of how we need to sort of think about what the key definitions are that we need to have. Some of those were defined for us in recent statute, but also statute gave the board some latitude with sort of redefining those terms. And I think that's going to be a key decision for the committee. I think the other thing that is coming up on the committee's agenda is really understanding sort of different ways of calculating. My understanding is AOE is going to come up with a calculation for us to consider, but I think we're also going to be reaching out to supervisory unions and folks around the state who have already been wrestling with this to figure out, to get their input on the different ways that they've approached the calculations. I think that's sort of the second thing we talked about. And then I think the third thing we talked about is with respect to sort of how this is going to overlap between schools, public schools and schools, independent schools, and that's going to be sort of a separate stream of work. But my understanding is we're going to take that on after we get the definitions set for the public sector and then figure out how to do sort of a crosswalk to those. So I think we've got good work going on. The agency was very helpful and appreciative of all their work and help. I think a key priority here is making sure that our approach that we use is well aligned with their existing data systems, but also the new federal definitions that are coming down as well. So they've been a big help in trying to think that through.
Thanks, Tammy. And Tammy, you can just stay unmuted because now I'll turn it to you for the
I have less
Student
to report
Performance
on the grad
Committee
standards
update.
committee, and there have been a couple. We were hopeful to meet last night. Unfortunately, I needed to reschedule that meeting just due to an unexpected travel event. Many of you may have seen why that might be in the news today, but we're looking for a time tomorrow I'm sorry, next week to meet. So we'll be trying to meet next week, everyone. And please, if you haven't had a minute, please respond to Maureen's doodle poll. And again, I'm sorry for having to reschedule the meeting, but if there have been some major shifts at the U.S. Department of Education over the last few hours. So
Thank you, Tammy. Any other comments on this agenda item? All right. Hearing none, we're still slightly ahead of schedule. Tom, I will turn it back to you, and we can take up College of the Atlantic first.
Great, thank you. So as you may know, that one of our responsibilities is to make sure that post-secondary institutions in Vermont, when they cease to exist, have some kind of plan for the retention of their academic records. There are other records that have that go to other institutions, but the only ones that are in our purview are the academic records. And so the Sterling College has ceased to exist, and they, as of I think this week, and they have identified the College of the Atlantic in Bar Harbor, Maine as the designated entity to act as the permanent repository for the Sterling College student academic records. And they will hold them for 70 years. They'll issue transcripts via parchment. And as I said, these are only the academic records. Only the academic records fall under our purview. So with that, I'd like to make the motion that the State Board of Education approve the College of Atlantic in Bar Harbor, Maine as a designated entity pursuant to 16 VSA Section 175 to act as permanent repository for Sterling College student academic records.
Thank you, Tom. You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second
I'll
that.
second that.
Thank you, Tammy. Any discussion? All right. Hearing
I
none.
know
all
this
those in
isn't related to the record request, but I just want to acknowledge for a moment the important work that Sterling College has done over the many years that it's been in operation. And while, you know, certainly we're going to see increasingly so across the country, small colleges in particular, or even some mid-size like Syracuse are going to struggle with declining enrollments. I think it's worth saying at this point in time that this is a loss to both the higher education landscape, but also to Vermont. And I personally just want to say that, you know, that loss is being recognized, and also a note of appreciation for everything the Sterling College has done to handle this closure in the most ethical way possible. There's no easy way to do this. But I think what I have seen from the outside is an institution that has tried to navigate these really difficult waters in an ethical way and serve their students well. And we're going to miss them. So I just wanted to not let this moment pass, Tom, without just noting the impact, the lasting impact, and also sort of the care with which they've treated this unfortunate moment.
Yeah, thank you for that, Tammy. I really, I'll echo that. As head of school in the Northeast Kingdom, many of our students and faculty members benefited from the work of Sterling College. It was a niche program, one of a kind. Students who were interested in that field of study found nothing like it elsewhere in the country. So thank you for saying that. I should have added that to our report because it was a point of discussion during our meeting.
Yeah, and it has a lasting impact on the Craftsbury community and our Northeast Kingdom communities as well. And, you know, that's not lost on us as well.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you to Sterling College, and also thank you to College of the Atlantic for keeping these records for students who may need them going forward. Okay, Tom, back to you.
Yes. So the first of our two schools is Turning Points. I'd like to make the motion that the State Board of Education grants renewal of therapeutic independent school approval to Turning Point School in Morgan, Vermont, to serve students in grades K through 12, ages 5 through 22. This approval will be for the full period of 5 years, ending in June 30, 2031. This approval is conditioned on the requirement that the school reports to the Agency of Education within 5 business days whenever any changes occur in enrollment programs, policies, facilities, financial capacity, staffing, or administration during the approval period. Turning Points is a school run by NFI. We've already had other schools, Arlington, Cornerstone, East Meadow, run by the same organization. This one is more like East Meadow and Cornerstone. It's not just a high school, it's a K through 12. It has 5 different classrooms. Its capacity is 35 students. Typically, they are between 25 and 27. They had 25 students, for example, on the day of the visit. They now have 27. Equally split pretty much between 4 divisions, K through 3, 4 through 6, 7 and 8, and 9 through 12. They draw from mostly North Country Supervisory Union, but also Canaan, St. Johnsbury, and Orleans. They have the highest rate of transitions back to their students' home schools, averaging 7 to 10 students transitioning each year. This year, they've already had 5 transition. And the way they do their transitions was notably effective in that they accompany the student back to the homeschool and help the homeschool teachers reintegrate that student into the homeschool classrooms. For those students who move to employment, they work with Higher Ability. They have an excellent staff, 1 special educator, 5 general education teachers, 7 classroom counselors, which is what they call their behavior interventionists, because they do, in a school like Turning Points, need to sometimes pull students aside and counsel them on self-regulation and things like that. They have 2 clinicians, and they have a case manager from Northeast Kingdom Human Services. Human Services. In some discussion with the committee around changes they've seen in mental health in schools, in therapeutic schools, notably they said that they used to see more needs in older students and oppositional, defiant kind of behavior. Now they're seeing mental health issues in younger students, complex trauma, addiction, poverty, instability, and more physically aggressive students at a younger age. They do provide extensive at-home support to help parents deal with students who are showing challenging behaviors. But it was excellent report and excellent review, which is the reason for our committee's recommendation and the motion.
Tom, I'm wondering the reintegration back to the public school, is Turning Point, I mean, how many other schools within the state have that model?
So I think we've heard from other schools, and I'm trying to think whether it was when we were in Burlington, that we heard of some similar kinds of programs, but I think, and maybe Deb Ormsby knows more, but I think this is fairly unique and definitely effective.
Well, and I was going to say, I mean, because you'd also mentioned that they had such a high success rate transition, well, getting students from Turning Points back into their home school. And it would stand to reason that those 2 points are connected. So it's worth noting, I think, as other schools might be thinking about how to successfully have their students reintegrate back to their home school. Deb, I see your hand raised.
I just, it is Turning Point's transition program is unique. There are many other therapeutic schools and in the state that also have pretty high return rates. I think that the return rate is also very unique to each school and dependent upon the level of acuity of the students who are enrolled in the school. Some students don't end up transitioning back to high school, but they have transition plans within their therapeutic schools that access CTE programs, both provided by the therapeutic school and also external within the community. And they have great school to work internship programs and life skill programs. So just to kind of flesh out some of the options for students from these types of schools. But yes, Turning Point's transition program is very unique.
Yeah, thank you for that. Worth noting. And I mean, I think what we've experienced with the independent, or not independent, sorry, the therapeutic independent schools is that they are really catered to specific populations that are all going to have very specific needs. And so their models are necessarily going to vary depending upon those needs. But it's just the very hands-on reintegration is noteworthy. So thank you.
And Jennifer, I don't know if there was a second to my motion, but I'm not positive.
Was it Tammy who seconded?
There was not a second.
Ah, thank you.
I'm happy to second, Tom. I'll second the motion. I usually wait for Rich to do it, so
Yeah,
with
he's
Rich
not
not here, I'm all off.
Rich
I'm all
just
Johnny
got
Wampus
here.
here because Rich does the first, I do the second. Like we got a team thing going here, right?
Yep. Rich just got here. He could have scooped you.
Oh, Rich.
I was getting ready to do it.
Rich, okay, all right, Rich. We're back on the team here. You do the first, I do the second. You got it?
Okay.
Okay.
Any other conversation or discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstentions?
I'm going to abstain just because I came in late. Sorry.
No worries. Thanks, Rich. All right, the motion carries with one abstention. Thank you. And then Tom, I'll turn it back to you for St. Johnsbury.
Yes. So I'll begin with the motion that the State Board of Education grants renewal of independent school approval to St. Johnsbury Academy in St. Johnsbury, Vermont, to serve students in grades 9 through 12, ages 14 to 22. The renewal approval period is for the full term of 5 years through June 30, 2031. This approval is conditioned on the requirement that the school reports to the Agency of Education within 5 business days whenever any changes occur in enrollment policies, programs, facilities, financial capacity, staffing, or administration during the approval period. And so I'll wait for a second before I flesh this out.
I would love to second that just to keep Tammy on her toes.
So a little bit of information about St. Johnsbury, which you may know, I know quite a bit about. Grades 9 through 12, with an occasional PG in the boarding program, an extensive campus, multiple buildings. The enrollment was 981 on the time of the visit. 823 of those were day students and 165 were boarders. Out of the 823 day students, 781 are publicly funded. Out of the 165 boarders, 35 were Vermont students and 123 were international. It is accredited by the New England Association of Schools and Colleges and is in good standing with them. You may have read in the report that the submission of their application was delayed because of an untimely death in their academic department. The woman who was in charge of submitting it passed away, but it was completed on time. The CTE review will happen at a separate time, but in all areas where the team from the AOE visited, whether it be academics, CTE, or special education, they observed excellent education and programs and facilities. In the conversation with the committee, a few areas were focused on. One was the growth in CTE, particularly in the construction career cluster, which is both building trades and electricity. The CTE program was featured in a program on Rumble Strip, which gave the students a chance to voice their experience in CTE at that tech center. There was some discussion around inquiry-based, project-based education and innovation. Some discussion around social emotional support. The Academy has 3 counselors. Have noted, since COVID, greater immaturity and need for instruction on communication skills, both how to have a conversation, how to listen, and also an increase in anxiety that has led to more absenteeism. There was discussion about technology use and around AI. The Academy focuses on relationships and has an acceptable use policy that is ethical, optimistic, but seeks also to protect students in the institution. And no cell phones are allowed during the school day. So those were the points of focus of our discussion with St. Johnsbury, and the reason I make my motion.
Thank you, Tom. I'm remembering, and I believe it was when Jenna O'Farrell was going off the board, we were at St. Johnsbury, spent the day there, took the tour, saw the campus and the many buildings. And I remember that was also right when they had decided to go cell phone free, which was before the requirement was put in place. But what was striking to me is I remember as we were walking by classrooms, like students were actually talking to each other during breaks and not, on their phones.
Mm-hmm.
And so they really were kind of at the forefront of that. I did want to ask, because I noted in the report, and I think you touched on it, and I just want to make sure my understanding is correct. They had failed to submit their completed standard application on time, and they also failed to submit the annual compliance assurance documentation on time. But both of those delays are due to this untimely death of the woman who was in charge of overseeing that. Is that correct?
Yes,
That is
there was
correct.
the administrative assistant for the assistant head for academics. That
Yeah.
was the woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just express my condolences on that one, because can't be easy. Oh, and I know, just, speaking in my own way, my husband and I have our own business, and we've talked about the fact that if something happened to one of us, the other would not necessarily know what to do. And so I can empathize with that and the need to, have sort of cross-check references in place. I'm glad they got everything in. Rich?
Yeah, I had a quick question, because when I was looking through the stuff yesterday and I just checked it today, there's there's 3 of them we're doing, and 2 of them have a recommendation from the secretary. But I didn't see a recommendation on this one. I just didn't know if I missed it in my package, or if there wasn't one, and if there wasn't one, if there was a reason why.
There is a recommendation.
Okay, then I just don't have it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
So the
Yeah, so
secretary recommended it get approved.
Correct. For the full 5 years.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I was off mute. I was on mute.
Any other comments? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of approving the motion, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please raise your hand and signify by saying nay. Any abstention? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Brian and Cynthia on the committee as well. Okay, this brings us to the secretary's report. And Zoe, I know that you have, oh, actually, no, I'm sorry, I was looking farther ahead. I'll just turn it over to you.
Great. Hi, good morning. Pleased to join you this June as we're entering the final days of the school year. And with that in mind, I'd like to begin by expressing my appreciation to our educators, our students, our families and community members for their dedication over the last school year. And I think this time of year is always an important opportunity to reflect on the accomplishments, challenges, and also the work ahead. And want to note that we are continuing to operate in a period of transition. So as Tammy noted, there continue to be shifts at the federal level that we have to navigate around. And then later today, we'll highlight, the next steps in terms of our education transformation at the state level. And I think given that we're leading in a period of change, it's important that the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education remain very connected and aligned around supporting the quality efforts statewide. So with that in mind, my update today will really cover 3 areas. First, I'd like to provide an update on some of our new additions to the Agency of Education team. This is part of our reorganization efforts as we're strengthening our statewide leadership and capacity in key areas related to academics, accountability, and support for the field. I'll also share some of the work that we're doing to advance our strategic plan and the continuous improvement efforts underway as we prepare for next academic year. And then I'll conclude by highlighting some recent accomplishments from students and share some pictures of some recent celebratory events that our students were part of. And in today's focus, I will highlight some of the work that our students are doing around civics education and also some of the awards they've earned through career and technical education competitions. So that will be my report today. I'll start by welcoming a new team member to the Agency of Education. So I'm pleased to welcome our new assessment director, Grace Fisher. She has joined the agency as of Monday, and we're really excited to have her in this role. So I'll allow her to introduce herself a little bit, share some of her background and her excitement for taking on this role at this important time at the agency. Welcome, Grace.
Thank you, Zoe, and hello, everyone. First, I want to express my absolute gratitude to the Secretary for this exceptional opportunity to return to my home state and serve its students, its teachers, and its education leaders. I was actually born and raised in Southern Vermont, so I've experienced firsthand the dedication and the commitment that our teachers model for us every day. My background largely consists of leading valid and reliable assessment development and design, interpreting and translating complex policy and data for diverse audiences, and driving accountability and school improvement initiatives. And I've committed my career to helping educators, leaders, policymakers, and also families understand and really use assessment and accountability data effectively. So in my new role as assessment director, I'm really looking forward to improving data literacy, strengthening communication with the field, and ensuring that the assessment information that we're delivering is timely, that it's comprehensive, and that it's useful for decision-making and improvement efforts. So thank you again, Secretary Saunders. I'm very, very excited to work with you all in doing all that we can to support student success.
Thank you, Grace. And welcome
Zoe,
to the
if I
team. We're excited
may,
to have you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Grace, I know you. You and I are neighbors, and so it's nice to see a familiar face. Welcome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're thrilled to have Grace join our team, and later I will share some updates in the work that we're doing to strengthen our statewide assessment program in partnership with our educators across Vermont. So I'll be able to provide an update on that momentarily. So it's a really exciting time for Grace to join the team as we're strengthening our overall accountability system coupled with support. So thank you, Grace. I will share my screen to just also let you know some of the other updates related to our recruitment efforts so that you have visibility on where we are. So let me just share my screen briefly here, if I can share it. Hold on one second. If not, I can certainly follow up after. Here we go. All right. So just wanted to highlight a couple of the other roles that we're bringing on board. So in the academics area, we have our Our Deputy Chief of Academics will start on August 1st. So this was a new role that we created that will provide some additional leadership and support over special education and curriculum instruction. And the structure is intentionally designed to ensure that there is tight coordination, really modeling that close collaboration with general education and our special education teams. We are also extended offers for an education programs coordinator and our special education monitoring team, and also on the early childhood inclusion team. We are recruiting some really important roles. Some of these roles have been reimagined to meet the needs of our agency at this important time. So one is a new role in special education that's focused on strategic partnerships. And this is ensuring that we're having tight coordination and collaboration with our external stakeholders, including our special education advisory panel, many of our family and organizational partners as well. We are created a new role focused on curriculum and instructional coach that will be in our academics team. And also we've reimagined our after school and summer coordinator to really provide targeted technical assistance and support for the broad portfolio of after school programs that we offer. We've also created a new role, which is the Director of College and Career Readiness. This is part of an effort to really provide stronger leadership and coordination in preparing our students for both college and career readiness. So we're excited about recruiting for that role. I do want to note that our State Director of Special Education role, we have had 2 failed searches at this point. I think we had provided you an update on that last month. We're going to hold until posting that position again until our Deputy Chief of Academics is on board and can help with that recruitment process. And then under the operations area in the Secretary's office, in terms of my broader purview, we are recruiting a new school facilities program manager. Bob Donahue retired, so we're really sorry to see his retirement and want to thank him for all of his contributions. We are also recruiting for an education data manager, child nutrition program coordinator, a finance director role, education licensing specialist, and an education programs coordinator for our Project Aware grant. So just wanted you to be aware of where we are in our recruitment efforts. We're really excited about the talent pool that we are attracting to these roles, and very encouraged by the opportunity to strengthen our leadership in these key areas. Our reorganization was designed to help us fulfill the biggest priorities in Vermont and align our resources and support at the agency in the areas that the field have noted needed stronger support. So you're seeing, some of the new roles that have been reimagined to provide, to strengthen the oversight, support, and leadership around academics and accountability specifically. Any questions about where we are in terms of our overall recruitment efforts or with the reorganization before I move forward? Yeah, Jennifer.
Yeah, I just want to reflect, and you've touched on this a few times, but this really does go back to the Listen and Learn Tour, where, when you first came in as secretary, I think you've been very methodical about collecting information, identifying gaps, rethinking how to make things work more effectively and responsively. And I think, what we are witnessing in live time is the shape that you're putting on the agency to really address those concerns that were raised, and make good things better and really help to strengthen the areas that have been challenging for the agency. So I just want to acknowledge that it is a and I'm only seeing it from the outside, but a very long thought out process, and it's exciting to see this really come to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that acknowledgement. I see, Kate, you also have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Secretary Saunders. I have been really concerned about your staffing for many years, and I'm really pleased to hear that you're going to try to find someone to replace Bob Donahue. The construction, that was an extremely important effort on my part. I know Brian and I worked on that one to really get that sorted out, and I appreciate that. As we're looking at the merger activity going forward, do you believe that you are going to be able to, or do you have now, or it is in the hiring process, the ability to have a proper staffing to be able to provide timely and accurate data for those that are in those activities?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and we've been very thoughtful in evaluating our capacity and ensuring that we're aligning our support in ways that are going to provide the leadership needed right now. And as we move into the transformation, as Jennifer noted, the changes at the agency started after we went out and did a listen and learn tour. And in that process, we identified from input in the field where there were areas we needed to strengthen our support. And so that has led us to the work we've been doing with our strategic plan, and the reorganization is not just about shuffling different positions around. It really is representing the agency shifting the way in which we work and increasing our expertise in support in key areas, notably around academics and accountability. As we have been supporting the education transformation process, we noted the need to identify additional positions. And so I'm very pleased that the legislature has approved 5 new permanent positions for the Agency of Education. Those roles are helping us to build back a field-facing team in the agency. They will be supporting with the education transformation efforts. There are 5 positions that will be organized in terms of assigning to a region, and each of those positions will have an area of specialization. We have already hired one of those roles. It's Annie Houston has joined our team, former business manager with deep expertise in Vermont's education system, and her area of specialization is really on the operational side. We are now recruiting for the 4 additional roles. The specializations that we're looking for are related to curriculum instruction and professional learning, along with facilities management and data. So those are 5 roles that we're going to be able to add to the agency through this process. That was by request, and really am appreciative that the General Assembly has now made those roles permanent. Additionally, the General Assembly has identified 4 roles to build out a school construction aid team. So those are roles that we'll be recruiting for as well. So what you've seen over the last 2 years at the Agency of Education is an increase in FTEs that have been identified to meet strategic needs of the state.
I just have a couple of other questions. Is that okay, Jennifer?
Sure.
I'm understanding from teachers that they're having a hard time getting their licensing renewal completed by the 30th, and understand that there's been a silence from the agency on that, and wondering if there's any progress in that area.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a silence from the agency. Our team is very much engaged with our educators. We have transitioned to a new licensing system. And so there were some troubleshooting in terms of navigating a new system that our team has been really supportive of. I'd be happy to invite our director of the licensure division to provide an update at the next state board meeting, so that you have an awareness of the type of support that we've been providing for educators.
And then my last question is
Sure.
related to the fact that very often, if you look at someone who has some of the positions you'll be looking for would likely be, a PhD and perhaps a master's level, and that it's hard to compete with the schools in terms of the salaries that they could get. I'm not sure, because I don't remember how the state salaries go, but I'm just wondering if there's a way to look at how people are classified so that you can actually pay people what they're able to get in the market.
Yeah.
As opposed
So
to
it's
being compared to
yeah,
some
it's
of the other
obviously
positions.
my intent and desire to be able to, have really competitive salaries for every role that we're recruiting for. A lot of those decisions around the pay grades and the scales are really determined by state government. And so you are right that there are some roles that are more competitive wages at a district level. I just want to name that all of our exceptional leaders that are coming to the agency are doing this really with a mindset of service above self to be able to make a really lasting and important impact on the state. And we have been very successful in recruiting talented leaders who are recognizing the opportunity to join the agency at this critical moment in time to make a tremendous impact on a statewide improvement effort. So we're really pleased with the talent pool. Would I love to be able to offer higher salaries? Of course. But that's, broader, requirements that are in state level in terms of what those pay grades are, and just appreciate everyone who's working at the agency. They're civil servants that are really dedicated to giving back to the state of Vermont, and just commend everyone at the agency for their leadership and their commitment to supporting our districts and students.
Thank you.
Welcome. So I'll move on now to giving an update on where we are in terms of our strategic planning process. So as you know, we hosted our first strategic planning retreat last November, and then we formed steering committees around the pillars of our strategic plan to inform goal setting over the last few months, and vision development. So at this point, we're in our June meetings. We're getting to the point of transitioning from really thinking about the aspirational vision to operationalizing that and getting into more of the detail around what this looks like and implementing a logic model. And as we're sharing, I think we shared last month, the training that our team has provided around logic models, and it's a really helpful tool to think through the resources that are needed, the conditions of success, the inputs, the outputs, in order for us to get to the desired goal achievement. So there's tremendous work that's happening with the committees and thinking through how to operationalize the strategic plan. We're going to spend the months of July and August really taking all of that information and compiling that in a more robust first draft of our strategic plan. And then we will be re-engaging the steering committees late in the summer, early fall, to really finalize that plan and start to shift our work to planning for the upcoming retreat, which will happen in November. That'll be another opportunity to bring together statewide leaders across Vermont to evaluate our progress towards goals and to think about how we're implementing these strategies. This is a chance for us to reflect on any sort of changes that may be needed in order to meet our intended goals. As part of the next several months, we will also be building tighter alignment around our vision statement, and would look for the opportunity to bring forward the vision statement to the state board in the fall timeframe. That is a shared responsibility that we have. The Agency of Education and the state board in statute have some responsibilities in terms of setting the vision for public education in Vermont, and we're eager to bring forward some of the input that we've been receiving through our planning processes to the board so that we have shared ownership around that aspirational vision. We are building off of some of the initial framing of our vision statement through the strategic planning retreat, and ensuring that as we move forward, it really is a statement that is truly mobilizing and aligning all of our work effort to achieve the best education system in the country for our students in a way that's very authentic to Vermont's values and resonates with our priorities as a state. So looking forward to that opportunity to engage further with the state board in the fall as we get further input from the steering committees. Additionally, during this time, we are really overhauling our accountability system. And I just want to pause and reflect on how significant that is as we're thinking about shifting our accountability system. We did uncover, as you know, some longstanding methodological errors with the way in which the state had identified targeted schools. And as we've done our deeper dive, we've really recognized the need for a complete kind of ground up overhaul of Vermont's accountability system as opposed to minor tweaks. And so we've been in conversations with the U.S. Department of Education around a work plan for getting there. I can share with you a couple of just simple visuals to give you a sense of how we're approaching this work. It will involve input from educators as we are clarifying the ways in which we are going to measure school quality. It will require a comprehensive amendment to our Vermont ESSA state plan. And we want to do that in a way that's really thoughtful and supportive of the goals that we all share. We, at this point, do not have feedback from the U.S. Department of Education on the timeline that I'm sharing with you, but I do think it's important for the state board to have an understanding of how we are approaching this work and the touch points that we have to engage the field in collecting input as we're reimagining our overall accountability system in Vermont. I'm going to share my screen really quickly so that you can see a little bit of a visualization here. All right, can you see my screen? Okay. So we recognize that as we had noted, the past equity designations, they're called targeted school improvement and additional targeted school improvement. These are designations that are required for each state to identify. As we have shared with the board, we noted significant methodological errors that went back to our original ESSA state plan, and the challenges have been compounded over the last decade of some entangled errors. And so we've done that analysis, and we've submitted our review to the U.S. Department of Education. We are committed to accelerating our reporting of assessment data in the fall. That's some intensive work that is underway at the agency. I want to note that this represents a accelerated timeline of 6 months. So in order to deliver on this goal, we will have to shave our timeline by 6 months. That's a very big shift in how we're doing our data collection and reporting. We do have some additional resources we're bringing on to do interactive data dashboards, which I'll share with you. We have our November planning retreat, which will be an opportunity to get input in a meaningful way around our accountability plan. And we're hoping that we can submit that amendment in the spring. But I will just share that this is something that's going to be up for further conversation with the U.S. Department of Education. But I wanted you to have an understanding of how we are approaching this work in a very methodical way. We've been incredibly transparent in evaluating our accountability system and very clear with the field that this is an opportunity for us to reimagine how we are measuring district and school quality, and it will result in a pretty substantive change to our ESSA state plan. There will likely be some additional requirements that the U.S. Department of Education places on us, including some more enhanced reporting as early as this fall. And so with that in mind, I wanted to also share with you an update that we have gone through a request for a proposal process to procure a partner to support us in developing interactive dashboards and increasing our capabilities in this area. The intent is that these dashboards will replace the current fragmented reporting structure and allow for more interactive data access for a variety of different audiences, and it will provide some visualizations for both federal and some of the updates in that area. And then what I would also just note, as you think about our efforts related to accountability, it goes back to creating a coherent framework and approach. This is just a simple visual to try to illustrate the point. We know right now that a lot of our accountability is fragmented. It can create tremendous burden on the field as we're asking for a lot of different information for monitoring. So in our reorganization, we've really strengthened. We've actually created a new area that's focused on strategy and accountability. You met our new chief that was hired, Grace Shelton. She'll be leading the team. And we have really noted that there's a lot of different accountability requirements. Our work right now is analyzing that to create greater coherence. So we have one overarching approach and clarity around how we're measuring school and district quality and how we as an agency are providing the targeted support that's needed. So I'm going to pause there before providing a couple other updates related to some of the efforts underway. Any questions around this process? It's pretty complex and there are still some decisions pending because we haven't gotten input from USAID, but I wanted to be proactive in communicating with you how we are approaching this work because it is really important in establishing that clear framework for how we are measuring quality and holding the state accountable to achieving outcomes for students. Jennifer.
Yeah. So Zoe, I know that you have applied for a grant for it's the
It's a competitive, yeah. I
Yes.
can certainly, would you like me to touch on that? I have a couple of slides I can share too.
Yeah, competitive grants for state assessments. So Zoe had submitted a proposal and if I'm understanding correctly, part of that is going to include more regular testing of students throughout the school year. And I'm wondering if those data points will then feed into, this bigger framework that you're discussing about sort of re-envisioning how we look at supporting our schools, continuous improvement, and all of that.
Absolutely. So we submitted an application to the U.S. Department of Education yesterday. It is a competitive grant opportunity to innovate the statewide assessment program. I do appreciate, Jennifer, that you submitted a letter of support for that proposal. So thank you for that. We also received a letter of support from a working group of educators that has been involved in designing the proposal. So I want to thank all of the members of that working group. They really were helpful in identifying important considerations that strengthened our proposal. Additionally, we have a partnership with Stanford University. 3 researchers at Stanford have signed on to be our research partners. Their role in this work will help us to really evaluate a pilot of an assessment, think intentionally around how to scale that work and provide important insights throughout the process. The way that we're structuring this research practice partnership is in a way that it can really provide short cycles of review as opposed to waiting after a 4-year term and evaluating on it. We think we have an opportunity to really be a national proof point in how we can reimagine an assessment program in a very rural state and doing that in a way that is aligned to the priorities of our educators. And so a key part of this approach is involving educators in this work. We are within the proposal suggesting that we move towards what's called a through-year assessment redesign. Right now, we have an annual end-of-year assessment called VT CAP. We have received feedback from the field that can really be limiting in terms of adding insight to instructional practices, and that there could be a value in moving towards an assessment program that has multiple inputs throughout the academic year. So I'm sharing, we have a comprehensive proposal that I can follow up and share with the board so that you have further detail around the way in which we are approaching this. But I'll share very briefly a couple of the visuals that were included. So the idea within this proposal is to move to what's called a through-year assessment and do that in a way that is intentional by piloting at a small scale and understanding how that will work. In that year one, we would establish those governance partnerships. So Stanford University as our research partner would be part of that governance. We will also be standing up a technical advisory committee. That technical advisory committee will be providing resources, ensuring that new growth elements that we'll be evaluating are technically sound, and we'll be recruiting participants to participate. And year two is when we'll actually begin to roll out the assessment, collect multiple data points throughout the academic year. Year three gives us the opportunity to refine and strengthen the approach and expand the number of districts that would be participating. And year four, looking at how we could sustain the program and roll it out statewide. At all of these junctures, there will be learning points that we'll be sharing. What this really does, this visual showing you our current state, our current state is one annual measurement opportunity. The reporting to districts is received at the end of the school year, but the comparative reporting has historically been very late as February, as you know. And so as we move to this future state, it would be providing data fall, winter, spring, so that there'd be continuous points of learning, multiple instructional measurement opportunities, and that reporting delivered closer to the decision making. A key element of this is creating a growth model. So we haven't determined which particular growth model we will go with, but in our proposal, we have identified 4 different growth models that our working group has reviewed on a preliminary level. And part of the work in the actual grant period would be determining a new growth metric. And we're being very intentional about that, supplementing an evaluation of proficiency based or achieving proficiency, right? We want to measure growth. How are students improving in terms of achieving learning gains throughout the year? And is that at a rate that's getting them to grade level standard? So both are important as we're modeling this, but this proposal is about through line, really focused on growth, aligning it, to your point, Jennifer, to the broader accountability changes that we're seeking as the state. And then this last slide I'll share with you is really thinking intentionally about what the district experience will be. And that's important as we're building out the approach to make sure that these enhancements truly are enhancements and are helping to equip our district leaders and our classroom teachers with information and insights that will support them in their instructional planning and supporting our students. I see that Tammy has a question.
Good morning. It strikes me as you sort of go working through this that what you're doing on the accountability side, particularly as it relates to the ESSA plan, is going to have some implications or should be done lockstep with the graduation requirements, right? And I'm curious, we on the grad standards committee, this is the first I'm hearing about some of this. And so I'm curious as to what you're thinking. Is this already sort of, how do you see those two processes working together, for one? And two, what have the conversations been in the U.S. Department of Education? Because part of the impetus for the graduation standards and how we manage those has directly come from sort of guidance from the U.S. Department of Education.
Correct. And I appreciate the question because we are approaching this in a coordinated way. There's a lot of moving parts, as you're naming, Tammy, and we're very mindful of that. So as we're engaging with the U.S. Department of Education in our work plan, we are noting all of the areas where we are under corrective action. So for just context for board members, when we had our U.S. Education Department monitoring visit, back in 2024, there were a number of findings that the agency was required to focus on. And some of those findings, as Tammy noted, were related to what they identified as uneven rigor and expectations statewide. And that was related to our graduation requirements being locally derived, and also that there was great variability in the expectations for flexible pathways. And so part of our corrective action plan is to move to statewide graduation requirements. We've provided you with that recommendation. We're continuing to support you as you make those final decisions. But when we're putting forward this work plan, including the accountability overhaul, it is connected to all of those areas that were identified in the monitoring visit as being as needing improvement. So it is connected.
One thing that strikes me, though, is that if you're building a data infrastructure and the reporting infrastructure and sort of the continuous improvement process that I sort of saw the snapshots on the slides, right, that aligning that with sort of progress toward graduation is going to be really important, and what those milestones are. And to the extent that our committee, and I know we've started to discuss about this, and that, there might be alternative graduation standards for different students that align with flexible pathways. I think we just need to continue to have a conversation to make sure that those two systems, right, both the accountability system, but also the data infrastructure that goes with that and the reporting, stay well aligned. And the grad standards, we are firsthand, the agency is under pressure to have those ironed out and back to the department by the end of the year.
Yes, absolutely. So I appreciate you raising those points, and they are important considerations. I'll name that there's two related and integrated scopes of work that we are overseeing right now. So I named that we are going to be improving our dashboard capabilities. The way that we've structured that work is to be iterative, so that we're getting input from the field and we're ensuring that what we're producing is really impactful, along with understanding what some of the requirements might be from US Ed. So we've structured the actual approach to be iterative. Secondly, related to, how this connects with graduation requirements, we recognize that there's a tremendous amount of complexity, and that districts will need additional support as they're thinking through and preparing for the new graduation requirements. So we'll be going out to bid soon to bring on a support to think about a coordinated career navigation system and connecting the pieces across, planning for graduation requirements, integrating that within monitoring for multi-tiered systems of support, and strengthening our personalized learning plan. So there's a tremendous amount of work. You're going to hear in the legislature has actually asked us to deliver updates on this scope of work. So later, Torrin will be able to share some of those details. But we recognize that there's tremendous integration that's needed. Some of that will require some system alignment. Other areas are around process improvement as well. So it's kind of non-tech solutions to that work to make sure it's integrated. So absolutely. And I would be happy to provide, an update for a deeper dive on where we are. I'm hopeful that we'll get some feedback from the U.S. Department of Education soon. And that would be great to be able to actually share with you a work plan that has been approved by the department. So we have clarity on the deliverables for the state of Vermont.
Great, thanks. I mean, the standards are going to drive what's measured, right? And so I think we just need to make sure those two things are proceeding lockstep.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so you can tell there's a tremendous amount of work underway that's really related to strengthening our understanding and evaluation of quality, so that the Agency of Education can better differentiate our support and being proactive with the field. Another part of that work effort is related to specific content areas. Read Vermont, as you know, is an initiative that we launched with the passage of Act 139 to support with training. And so I'm pleased that the legislature has included funding for Read Vermont. So this represents the first investment in statewide in literacy. We recognize that we will also need additional resources to do the scale, make the scale of impact that other states have in terms of improving literacy outcomes. I do want to note that we are going to host a conference in August. We've partnered with the State University of New York system. SUNY New Paltz will be co-sponsoring a literacy event in August. It's a Read Vermont Summit. And we are working with districts and approved independent schools to register for that so that they can bring teams to participate. So we're excited. I will share with the board as a follow-up a memo that details all of what we're doing around literacy improvement. And additionally, we will be looking for other resources through grant funds and philanthropic partnerships to support us in expanding that scope of impact. And I know I'm getting close on time here, so I just do want to close out with some really fun celebrations of student and representations of student learning. So I was pleased this year to host again in Montpelier the We the People congressional hearings. So students have been studying the principles of our democracy, and they came prepared to engage in conversations around the amendments around freedom of speech, and really were able to grapple with complex topics around our democracy. And so it's wonderful to see and be part of those experiences where our students are engaging deeply in understanding civics education and putting that into practice. Many of them shared examples of really how they are contributing. You know, that our students aren't able to vote yet, but they're showing ways that they can be present in their community and making an impact. And really was wonderful to be part of that again, and commend the students for all the work that they've done in preparation. We also had the Vermont Civics Bee. This was the second year that the state of Vermont participated in this national competition. And I had the privilege of being there and witnessing the work that goes into the Vermont Civics Bee. It is a competition that features students in grades 6 through 8. We had more students participating this year in the Civics Bee. To qualify, the students have to respond to 4 short answer prompts. I will say that many of the adults in the room were stumped by some of the questions. So really I was proud of our students for being able to engage deeply. And then as they moved forward, the finalists presented their project. Each of the students had to submit an essay of how they were giving back to their community, and they presented their project, and then they fielded further questions from the judges to really think about implementation and how they would sustain some of the improvement projects that they were putting into place. And so pleased to share that a student was selected to represent Vermont at the national competition, and that student is Sterling Rich from Barstow Memorial School in Chittenden. So you can see a picture of him there, and he'll be representing Vermont in the fall. And then we had several students competing in the Skills USA National Leadership Conference, and we had award winners. You can see their picture here. So students from Rutland High School, we got an Engineering 1 and Engineering 2, and they had bronze medals for additive manufacturing and a bronze medal for action skills. So Colby Singson, Jackson Singson, Isabella Bell. And in addition to that, we had students that were competing that got some additional awards. So I'm just going to look over here. 27 students from 12 technical centers received skill point certificates, and those skill point certificates are awarded to outstanding national contestants in the championship. So just great to see our students on display and earning recognition for their accomplishments.
Thanks, Zoe. Any other comments or questions? That was a pretty meaty report. Lots to process. Kate?
Yes, sorry, I just got word that the governor has vetoed S-190. And this would have reduced education healthcare premiums. And as I know, our school districts are trying hard to deal with rising costs. We know that healthcare cost is one of them that our schools felt pretty intensely. But S-190 would have included reference-based pricing, which would have helped reduce costs for businesses, and this includes public school employees. And I am just at a loss on how we're supposed to be moving forward with addressing costs when some things are coming through that might have really helped with that. So I guess it's more of a comment, and I hope that you are in touch with him as we're looking at those costs, things that he can do that would actually help and not harm this process.
Thanks, Kate. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you. And I did note, I have my running list of things to include on the agenda. I did make a note that in the fall, and Zoe, you and I talked about this, maybe having an extended period during a State Board of Ed meeting where we can work with the agency on crafting that vision.
That'd be excellent. And also at some point in the fall, I'd welcome the opportunity for Martha Dees to join us and to talk about the work in civics education and social studies at a later point. I think that would be really helpful for the board. We've focused a lot on literacy. We want to share some work around math and also social studies, so we can think about the right timing for that.
Great.
But looking
And
forward
then
to the vision development.
Yeah. Do you know the date of the November retreat?
We are finalizing the contract. In fact, I think Suzanne or
Well, you looked
Maureen.
for the date, Zoe.
Yeah.
I heard literacy and math as being priority. Can we also
Yes.
put special education as priority as well?
So special education is absolutely a priority. As you know, we've elevated our focus on special education. That's resulted in actually additional leadership positions and support positions for special education within our strategic plan. It continues to be a lens by which we are approaching our work. And in fact, as we've engaged with our steering committees, we've really started to merge the focus. So we had two pillars, one focused on academic excellence and another focused on improving special education delivery and differentiated support for all students. And so in our planning with these committees, we've really combined that work to focus on academic excellence for all students. And there is a very intentional focus on special education. As we've continually shared, we know that it's important to improve core instruction for all students as we're thinking about enhancing special education delivery. We have a working group underway to implement Act 173, which is really naming those important best practices. There's efforts that we will be rolling out in the fall. We know that a playbook in and of itself is not sufficient. So it's a playbook that's being developed along with clarity around monitoring tools and support that the agency is rolling out. And we've already provided trainings in the spring timeframe around some of the key elements that were identified as really important to that implementation effort of Act 173, including scheduling boot camps. So special education absolutely is a priority and continues to be. You'll see that very clearly reflected in our strategic plan and in all of the work that we're doing to roll out our improvement efforts. So our curriculum and instruction team and our special education team and our school improvement team are all in lockstep. At the last meeting, I shared some of the enhancements that we're making to our monitoring. So we, as a state, have been in longstanding noncompliance with IDEA for a very long time, and many of our districts have been in longstanding noncompliance. So we have retooled our approach for how we are supporting districts that are in longstanding noncompliance. I kind of walked you through some of those updates at the last meeting, but we are looking at this as a systems issue. We know that there are some barriers for our districts to being in compliance. And so the enhancements we've made to that monitoring approach include a memorandum of understanding. So the Agency of Education and each district in longstanding noncompliance enter a memorandum of understanding so that there's clarity of expectations around the role of the agency and the role of the districts. And we're building corrective action plans with each of those districts with the goal of all of them moving out of longstanding noncompliance. So when we talk about special education, we are focusing on it from all angles. It is looking at compliance, making sure we're in compliance. It's also implementing the best practices, that much of which was embedded in Act 173 is an inclusive of strengthening core instruction and access to multi-tiered systems of support for all students. And then from a financial aspect as well, we're maximizing our IDEA dollars. In fact, with our most recent application, we have applied to take advantage of additional dollars that are the Agency of Education is eligible for. So there's a tremendous amount of work happening with special education.
I find it interesting that in that I heard nothing about standardizing IEPs or the regionalization of services or dealing with special education practices, special education staffing. So this is a much larger conversation. I think I was just prompting to hope that this would be part of our conversation at these strategic planning meetings that the board will have some say in later this fall. So I don't know that we need to talk about those details now, but we know in the field that those are some of the most important levers, and it was noteworthy that they were not mentioned in anything you just said. So I look forward to the conversations we'll have in this fall, and I know we've got to move on. So.
Yeah, no, just to clarify, Tammy, what levers were not mentioned around staffing or?
I didn't hear anything about special education staffing. I heard nothing about regionalization of services, and I heard nothing about standardizing of best practices on IEPs.
Yeah. So the standardizing of best practices is part of all the work that we're doing around monitoring. So that absolutely is embedded in that effort and getting into compliance with those key indicators and ensuring that there is consistency. So, and that actually just in yesterday's meeting with our operational excellence steering committee, we were talking about getting into compliance, and that was a discussion around the standardization. So that's absolutely part of the discussion. Staffing continues to be a focus for us. So absolutely, that's part of it, and being really thoughtful around the training that staff need, both staff that are special educators and staff that are general educators. We've talked really intentionally about approaching that training in a way so that there's ownership of, that there's shared ownership of students with an IEP, knowing that they're general education students first. And then in terms of some of the regional service delivery efforts, we did approve the first BOCES that's down in the Southeast region, and there continues to be learning from that in terms of how some of those practices could be scaled to ensure that we're really helping to address the needs of all students. That also came out really clearly in our report that we shared. We did note that there's varying abilities of districts right now to provide that continuum of services for our students, and so we've started to really look at those districts that are really effective in bringing together those continuum of supports so that we can harness and share that learning. So absolutely, I'm excited that we would have the opportunity to share more about the work underway.
So in the meantime, Maureen dropped in the chat that the next annual retreat is going to be held November 5th, place to be determined. I will say I went to it last year, as did Cynthia and Mohammed was one of the speakers there. I found it enormously helpful to just spend the day with educators and agency staff, and just talk about different facets of the education issues that confront us, and really have an opportunity to understand them better and have a voice in shaping the future. So I really felt that it was helpful. I was glad that I was there, and to the extent that board members have the time, put it on your calendar now. It is a day-long event, but definitely worth the time.
We hope you will be able to participate. Yeah.
All right, so with that, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is never a problem. Rich, I will look to you for the update from the State School Construction Advisory Board.
I can do that for you. So we had a meeting. The legislature hadn't the bill that would affect us hadn't come out yet completely. So we weren't sure what was in it. And we also had our last meeting with Bob. I think Zoe mentioned him in her report. He's retiring, I guess, for the second time. And he's been a very big part of helping us understand where we're going. And our basic charge is to assist the AOE, and he was the person that, we had been working with. So because we weren't sure where we're going, and one of the things, if you remember, I think I reported a few meetings ago that there was something in the proposed legislation that the group was supposed to cite like 7 high schools, and give 3 options, or a minimum of 3 options. And it really wasn't something that a committee that gets 6 meetings a year could really do. We'd written a letter to the legislature. It appears as though it changed a little bit, but I wasn't sure what. So we kind of punted the ball down the road. We had a very nice presentation, and if you can go watch it, it was really, really good. And I'm going to draw a blank who did it. David Epstein, I believe, and I think he has a firm. Zoe, do you remember the other gentleman who's on the committee? I'm drawing a
I wasn't
blank.
at that particular committee, but I can bring up
Okay.
the membership if you'd
No,
like.
No, it was David Epstein, and he's from
Okay, thank you,
Truex Collins. Yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Suzanne.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I forgot Suzanne was here. And he did a really great presentation on how they help school districts cite, and decide what they need for facilities. And I thought it was really great. And so we did a presentation on that, and we have a meeting set up with Zoe and Jill on, I believe, June 30th, to kind of get our see where we have to move forward, and, review what was in the bill, and how basically we're supposed to assist the Agency of Education. So we want to see how we can assist it. And I have Wanda Manoli, who works for the state, I believe, on buildings and grounds, and Michael Gonin, who is the Vermont bond agency person, are going to meet with Zoe and Jill to kind of map out what we do for the remainder of our term, or for the remainder of the year. And then it's going to be just interesting to see how we deal with what the new law says. And I think it was interesting. I think Kate reported out on something didn't get signed, or was vetoed, or not approved. But do we know, has 955 been signed yet? And if
At least not
not,
as of yesterday.
and if it doesn't, it just gets if he doesn't sign it, or if he doesn't veto it or sign it, it just passes without signature after 5 days, I believe, right? Yeah, Kate's shaking her head. So, again, we're all kind of, even on our local school boards, we're all kind of in a waiting pattern to see if it's going to happen or not. So that's pretty much us.
Thanks, Rich. Any comments or questions for Rich? Your committee has been handed a lot of work with a pretty short timeline and not a whole lot of resources to support that. So it's challenging.
Well, going back to Kate's question too, to Zoe, there's supposed to be a bunch of positions that are supposed to be kind of working with this. And because I believe Zoe said they're funded temporarily, I forget exactly how she put it. It's hard to get people to come along unless you're going to get somebody who's just going to do it for a year or so because they're close to retirement. And then that doesn't give you any consistency either. So, I mean, everybody, and I don't point fingers or blaming anybody. I mean, everybody is putting their hand out and needs something, but that does make it really tough too. So, I think at the last meeting, there was a comment made that what the legislation was looking for early in the session, would take a staff of several people, and, a significant amount of time, more than, 6 meetings a year. So we'll see what happens.
Thanks. All right. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule. We are scheduled for a break at 10:30 and then coming back at 10:45. And those things are kind of baked into the agenda. So what I'm wondering is if maybe we can take up future meeting planning now and then break, and we might have a little bit longer of a break. just given where we are with things. So we'll be meeting next month. My hope is that we'll have a new student member that we'll be welcoming to the board. Secretary report, independent school approvals, committee updates, another committee update,
Jen,
maybe Rich,
Jen,
perhaps? Yeah.
so I had to go to Townsend this morning and I happened to stop at the store to get something to eat. And I noticed we do have a new board member and it was in the newspaper in the Brattleboro Reformer.
Oh, well, so you missed board announcements this morning. That article is an error because here's like, I actually reached out to the governor's office yesterday and said, hey, is there an update on the new student member? And I didn't hear anything back. And then I saw that article in the paper and I thought, well, that's a little bit tricky when the chair of the board is reading about a new student member in the newspaper. So I followed up with the governor's office and they have not appointed a new student member. So there, some part of that article is not correct, and I'm not sure where the disconnect is. I did understand from the governor's office this morning that they will be following up with the paper to try to get to the bottom of this. But as far as we're concerned, there is no student member who has yet been appointed.
See, I miss all the good stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to miss the second for Tammy and Tom and.
So yes, new student member.
Hopefully it was a good breakfast sandwich, Rich.
No, it really wasn't. And I had to go to the doctor's before I could eat it. So.
Oops, I just lost my space here. Hang on. Okay. Also, I believe we are due for an update from Katie Ballard with the Special Education Advisory Panel. We should also have an Up for Learning presentation that was put off from this month to next month. My guess is that we will be meeting an executive session regarding the first tuition appeal. And the other thing that I'd like to do is plot out the work that's been assigned to the board by H955, because I think the timing will be ripe at that point. Anything else? Okay. So before we break, my other question, I suppose, and I don't know if Sarah, I'm just wondering if we can come back before 10:45, but that would require both the agency and Sarah to be available to start, maybe 15 minutes earlier. If not, we'll just go. That's okay with Sarah?
I'll say from my perspective, I would rather take a shorter break and keep moving and be done earlier today.
Okay.
I'm seeing
Sure.
other people nodding. So I'm hopeful
That's
that
why I'm
others can
asking the
be
question.
flexible.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion.
Yeah.
They can be ready, Jennifer.
Perfect. So I think we're all on the same page. Well, let's take a break. Perfect. Thank you, Torrin. So we will be back here at 10:30. We'll start with the legislative recap and then do the conflict of interest refresher. So thank you. See you all shortly. So it looks like we've got a quorum, so I'm going to call us back to order. Next up on the agenda, we have a legislative recap. I had asked Zoe if this is something that the agency could do for us. The agency has been good enough to do this in years past. And just to recap for the board, some of the major pieces of legislation that have either already been signed into law or expected to be signed into law, as well as maybe acknowledging some of the ones that didn't quite make it. So we are joined today by Torrin Ballard, who's the Communications and Policy Director, and Lindsay Hedges, the Policy Communications Specialist. And you should have their presentation in your agenda packet. Thank you for getting that to us in advance. And with no further ado, Torrin, I will turn it to you and Lindsay. If I see you, I don't see Lindsay. I'm assuming that, yes, now I see her. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Well, it is great to be with you all today, and we really appreciate the opportunity to share a legislative update of everything education that happened down at the State House this year. As you all know, it's been a long session. This is my first time being here for an entire legislative session here in Vermont, and it is definitely a marathon. and not a sprint. There was a lot of education legislation this year. Obviously, a lot of the headlines were on education transformation and H955. We will dedicate probably half of this presentation to doing a run through of everything in H955, but we also want to make sure that you all are aware of all the other education legislation that came through this year. And so we're going to start off by, I'll kick it over to my colleague Lindsay, and she will run through all of the bills that have both been signed into law already and also bills that are still pending action from the governor. So at this point, I'll pass it over to Lindsay.
Sounds good. Thank you, Torin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindsay. I'm the agency's policy communication specialist. As Torin mentioned, outside Ed Transformation, it was still a jam-packed session in terms of education policy discussions. I will be walking through all of the other bills that passed that have impacts on education. We'll be moving at a pretty high level because we have a lot to cover. And we are working on a more comprehensive section by section review that we'd be happy to share out at a later date. So before I dive right in, can someone confirm that they can see our slides?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So starting off on a really positive note with Act 122, this was a big legislative win for us. This was a result of culmination of over 2 years of engagement with the field, with the Department of Children and Families, State's Attorney's Office, UVM. And really the main thing that Act 122 does is modernizes our compulsory attendance section of Title 16. Some of these definitions had not been touched or updated since like the 60s and 70s, so it was pretty out of date. And the big change here is it creates new definitions differentiating chronic absenteeism as a preventative and supportive intervention, and then truancy as the legal enforcement tool for schools to be using only after all of their engagement efforts have failed. So Act 122 directs the AOE to develop a model policy. I think most of you are probably familiar with our model policy construct where we set the floor for districts to adopt. And then if they would like to adopt something more prescriptive or stringent, they can, but they will have been assumed to adopt the state model policy. And so that model policy will cover how schools track attendance, how they identify students with concerning patterns of absence, and how they should be responding with appropriate interventions. So there's a lot of upcoming work to do on this, but this was, it's definitely of note that folks came to the table with a really unified voice on this, and there was pretty much unanimous support throughout the legislative process on this one. Moving on, we have Act 125. This creates a statewide framework for immigration protocols in schools to protect student access to education regardless of their immigration status. This builds upon some really great guidance that our legal team put together and has updated and shared out a few times over the last year or so. And it sets rules for how schools should be responding to immigration-related law enforcement requests, really folding this into broader emergency response protocols. If those of you that are familiar with Act 29, which I believe passed in 2023, 2024. So really folding this into those emergency responses. The Act tasks the Attorney General's office with putting together some immigration-related resources to support families and students and educators, and we will be collaborating with them on that. And then again, there will be a model policy to codify some of those best practices that are in use in a lot of districts around the state. And I see a hand just popped up.
Oh, Mohammed.
Lindsay, yeah, that's Mohammed. Sorry. I'm just curious about what to do around the limiting the collection and disclosure of immigration-related information as we receive some grant from the USCRI called RSIG, which I think we report at least 3 to 4 times a year to them. And in most of our reports, they do ask for alien numbers, which the population whom we serve are very hesitant actually to provide. And it puts us at a very uncomfortable situation asking for folks around that information as well. They collect the information to ensure we are receiving the money to serve that population, which is understandable, but I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but I'm just curious whether you have consulted with the USCRI around ASIC funds being provided to schools or some schools and some other institutions around supporting immigrants and the information they collect for that purpose.
Yeah, I don't believe USCRI was engaged in the conversation during the development of Act 125. That is a great question that I'd be happy to look into further. I'm not sure if I know the question or the answer off the top of my head. But we'd be happy to dig into that language a little further and follow up with you.
Thank you.
And Mohammed, our legal team has been very involved in this. You know, we released our first guidance, actually, I think in, what was it, December of 2024. And they've been partnering with other attorney generals across states. So we can do as a follow-up, just take your question and make sure that our legal team can provide a follow-up to you and for informational purposes to the board as well on your specific question.
And your point person would be Tracy Dolan. Dolan. Dolan, Tracy, would be your point person or the person who can answer to that question.
We have partnered with her on
yeah.
some things, so yeah, thank you. We'll follow up and make sure we can coordinate a response. So thank you, Mohammed.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. We have next, we have Act 124, which is a very, very short bill. This was very narrowly tailored, and this was meant to ensure access to pre-kindergarten for students up in Essex County. So this allows the NEK Choice School District to pay tuition to public schools in New Hampshire that are operating pre-K programs through a waiver process with AOE and the Child Development Division of DCF. And this was really passed in acknowledgement of the geographic isolation up in that area. This was initially much more far-reaching legislation that created kind of blanket exceptions, but it was paired back with the help of AOE and CDD to help really hone in on the problem that legislators were trying to get at here. Next, we have Act 127, not to be confused with other Act 127. This was mainly a libraries bill, but there was a section pertaining to the after school and summer special fund. This legislation had some clarifying language emphasizing who is eligible for those funds and really affirming that libraries are a partner in the after school space. And to be clear, libraries have always been eligible for these funds, but really the intent was to kind of increase awareness of who the eligible recipients are to spread the word. And also an acknowledgement that libraries are sometimes the only game in town, particularly in rural and isolated areas in terms of providing summer and after school programming for students. And notably, it also adds the state librarian to the after school advisory committee, so they will be looped into those conversations. We have Act 108. This establishes the Child Abuse and Neglect Working Group, and that group will be digging into the statutes, rules, and policies around mandatory reporting of child abuse. And AOE is listed as one of the stakeholders which that group is going to be working with. We have H542. You'll now notice that moving forward, we don't have act numbers yet because these are bills that have been signed into law as recently as yesterday afternoon. So these are hot off the press. H542 is the next iteration of the PCB testing program. And so notably, the biggest change here is we're pushing out the deadline from July 1, 2027 to August 1st, 2035 for schools to complete that testing. And so the goal here is to hopefully align with whatever next steps are taken around statewide school construction program. And so schools seeking any future construction aid are required to do that testing if the school was built before 1980. And H542 also creates an A&R administered fund. As those of you familiar with this program, there is some ongoing litigation with Monsanto, which is the manufacturer of PCBs. And so in the event that we were to receive money out of that litigation, there would be a fund already stood up for that money to flow through. We have H657. This was an omnibus child welfare bill. It was mostly a lot of provisions related to DCF programs, but there was one provision in there focused on unaccompanied homeless youth. And so this allows a school district homeless liaison or other appointed staff member to certify that a student is in fact an unaccompanied homeless youth, and then it develops a standardized form that outlines what types of services that student can be receiving. So thinking about things like a license, access to vital records, health insurance, lease agreements, bank accounts. So really the intent here is to just be supporting the most vulnerable students that don't have an adult in their life to support them. We have H211, which was actually a bill about data brokers, so not at all really related to education, but there was a single section added in towards the very final hours of the session related to education technology, and this was pulled out of a much larger ed tech bill, which was H650. That bill did not make it out of the Senate, but legislators felt strongly about this one provision, so it was moved into this data brokers bill. And the section requires the Secretary of State's office to operate a registry where providers of education technology products operating within the state have to register and attest that they're following the appropriate state and federal laws. And so there's no requirement necessarily for AOE here, but is definitely something we are going to keep an eye on. This is a really rapidly evolving space, just with technology and AI kind of changing by the day. And we are expecting this to be a continued hot topic in the legislature, and our curriculum and instruction team has been doing a lot of work in this area, so we're prepared to continue to engage in that conversation. We have S209. You could think of this as kind of like a companion bill to S227, which was the immigration protocols bill I touched on a little bit earlier. And this expands the definition of what's considered a sensitive location to include educational institutions. So that's schools, libraries, camps, stuff like that. And it prohibits arrests in those sensitive locations. And there's a whole bunch of other areas of public accommodation that fall under that category. But for those schools, libraries, day camps, it bars arrest of a person who is traveling to, entering, or in that educational institution. So again, this is to help ensure access to those places of public accommodation. And then we have H951, the big bill or the budget. Notably, there was a $130,000 appropriation for a limited service exempt position for the state board to support ed transformation. There was also some other shifts in funding and positions that were originally outlined in Act 73. And so this shifted that a little bit as the scope of the legislation changed. So there were 5 limited service positions for the agency that have now been made permanent, and those are ed transformation positions. We already have one person on board, and they're diving in head first, and these are really meant to be field-facing staff that are going to be working with districts to ensure continuity and ed quality during a time of transition. We were given 4 limited service school construction positions. So this is really meant to build out our school construction division. Again, these are limited service positions, and we are tasked with coming back to the legislature in the future with a full budget request of what would be needed to build out that team as school construction program gets stood back up. There was some additional monies set out for things like contracted services and transition grants to help study committees kind of hone in on numbers and modeling, to create data analysis tools and training for school business officials. And then there was also some money in there for Read Vermont. So Read Vermont, as I'm sure a lot of you are aware, is the program stood up out of Act 139 of 2024. We were previously funding that program through ESSER dollars and federal dollars, been creative with braiding funds. Those funds have since gone away or dried up, so this $700,000 helps us move forward with continuing that programming. And I see a hand that popped up.
Thanks, Lindsay. So I had heard that there was going to be some money for this position, but that's about all I know. I'll just be honest. So is this going to be an agency person who is going to be providing that support to the State Board of Ed, or is this something that the State Board of Ed is going to advertise for and hire on its own?
My understanding is that this was a state board position created for the state board.
Okay. So we need to get on advertising and hiring for this position.
Yes, this has, the budget was just signed yesterday, so we have to do a bit of a deeper dive, but again, that's something we can follow up on and give you the specific parameters that are in the language that was passed.
Great. All right. Thank you.
And next we will be moving into bills that are pending signature. So these have not yet passed, or have not been signed into law, I should say, but did pass through the legislature. Starting with S313, this was a CTE bill. This was a much more expansive, far-reaching bill at the beginning of the session with an eye towards governance reform, and it was pared back a bit, and now is some intent language around providing universal access to CTE and moving towards a system of comprehensive high schools. And this will be important to inform the discussions of future study committees as they contemplate what regional high schools may look like around the state, and really just some intent language to elevate the role of CTE as a statewide priority. It tasks AOE with VACTED and VSA to put together some clarifying guidance on current practices related to CTE. And that's really to kind of help folks in the interim state before we, shift the system further to make sure everyone is using standard practices, and kind of to help clarify some areas of disagreement that have come up over the years. It also tasks AOE with putting together a college and career readiness report. And so this is a pretty expansive report looking at things like CTE licensure, career navigation, flexible pathways. It's really a holistic look at career readiness. And then we have H817. And so this was a mental health bill. It had some intent language around creating peer-to-peer mental health programs. And instead of jumping ahead and implementing that program, the legislature instead asked AOE and the Department of Mental Health to work together to create an inventory of all existing programs, services, and grants that exist. And then we will be exploring how a peer-to-peer mental health program may fit into existing programs or existing funds that are already in use and maybe could be repurposed for that use. And lastly, we have H931, our miscellaneous ed bill. There was a handful of sections in here, but just to go over some of the highlights, Section 1 updates the moratorium on new approved independent schools so that it does not apply to therapeutic schools that are changing ownership, as long as they are maintaining their purpose. So if one therapeutic school changes hands and is still going to be a therapeutic school, it would not trigger the state board review process. Section 2 rejoins Vermont into the Interstate Compact of Education. Sections 3 and 4 allows the AOE to run background checks on any staff that are going to have unsupervised contact with students. Sections 6 and 7 updates the membership and clarifies the charge of the Advisory Council on Hazing, Harassment, and Bullying. And finally, Section 8 was a technical change for energy performance contracting, clarifying that an addition to a school facility that's designed to reduce energy consumption and is considered a cost-saving measure under that statute. Notably absent from this category of bills that are pending signature is the yield bill. Torin will address that a bit later on because that bill is directly tied into H955. So with that, I think I'll pause to see if there's any final questions on this group of bills, and then I will hand it off to Torin and we'll talk ed transformation.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you, Lindsay. So at this point, we will transition to talking about education transformation. Primarily, this is going to be going through H955, but as Lindsay mentioned, we'll also briefly touch on the yield bill. 955 is obviously a very large piece of legislation. I have it all printed out right here in case I need to reference that. It's a lot of paper. It's a lot of different sections. I won't be able to cover everything in the bill today. That would take far too long. And there's not enough time for all that, but I will provide a general overview and then go into some of the major sections of the bill. And also at the very end of this presentation, I'll go through specific deliverables from the State Board of Education and touch base on some of those. To start off with a general overview of this bill, the main points are that, first off, the bill will establish 7 mandatory CESAs. Now, CESA stands for Cooperative Educational Service Area. These have been rebranded from, I'm sure you're probably familiar with BOCES, Boards of Cooperative Educational Services, rebranded as CESAs. While districts used to have to opt in to being part of a BOCES, the bill mandates membership into CESAs. And these are also going to be formed of existing SUSDs as well as CTE centers in certain cases. The bill also establishes what is a voluntary merger process that will culminate in a vote to approve any proposed school districts on town meeting day in 2028. And later in the presentation, I'll go into much more detail about what that voluntary process looks like. Related to that, the bill also establishes what is a non-binding map of 20 school district groupings that act as guidance for what the merger committees in the voluntary process will look like. But as I said, those are non-binding, and there's going to be some discretion that's left up to the facilitators. But again, I'll make sure to cover all that. In terms of education funding, the bill still contemplates a foundation formula similar to under Act 73 of 2025. However, it pushes back the enactment of the foundation formula to 2029, so it pushes it back by 1 school year. It also changes the contingencies for enacting the foundation formula. Rather than being contingent simply upon new school districts going into effect, now the foundation formula will be primarily contingent on forthcoming legislation from the General Assembly over the next 2 years. And I'll go into detail later in the presentation about what all of those contingencies are. There's also a large section on state aid for school construction. The long and short of that is that the bill increases contemplated state aid for school construction, which includes incentives for districts that have merged or are operating at scale. So it's actually much more aid contemplated under 955 than was under Act 73. And finally, it establishes a framework to provide that construction aid through either state bonding capacity or as a debt service subsidy. And again, we'll go into much more detail on all of that. So to start off, I will talk briefly about the CESAs. So as I mentioned earlier, BOCES have been rebranded as CESAs. They will go into effect on July 1st of this year, and the boards of each of those CESAs will be comprised of appointees from all member SU and SDs. Now here you can see the map of those 7 CESA regions across the state. You have to probably zoom in a little bit to see the actual numbers in terms of student enrollment. They are more or less equal in terms of size, in terms of enrollment, obviously not geographic area. Originally, there were $10,000 startup grants for districts that came together to start a BOCES. That has been increased to $15,000, and now CESAs will automatically get that money because there are now mandatory CESAs. Now, membership in CESAs are required by SUSDs. It is mandatory. However, how and what services are provided by the CESA is not required. So essentially 955 lays out the potential services that a CESA could provide, but the actual provision of those services is contingent upon it being, number one, requested by member school districts, SUSDs, and then also approved specifically by the CESA board. I'll also add here that the membership fees that SUSDs will pay as a member of the CESA are going to be based on enrollment. They're not going to be based on the actual services provided. If you are not a member of a CISA, you can still get services from a different CISA, and in which case the cost of those services will be based on the actual services provided. But if you are a member of a CISA, it's just everybody pays based on enrollment. Now, finally, there is a process for member SUSDs to move from one CISA to another. You have to be part of a CISA, but if you have a majority of the board votes to move to a different CISA, the legislature can approve that, and then you can move over. From this point, I'll start talking a little more about the merger process. This is probably the most talked about portion of the bill, also the most debated portion of it. This is going to take place starting in the early fall of this year and will culminate in town meeting day in 2028. So I'll kind of talk about each, broken up the timelines into three various kind of sections. So to start off in the summer and early fall, the first major thing that's going to happen is that the bill assigns facilitators to group school districts into merger committees. And the merger committees will be comprised of one appointee of all of the member school districts on a merger committee. Now, whereas the CISAs were comprised of SUSDs, merger committees will be comprised of school districts themselves. And so you might have instances in which in a given SU, some school districts might be part of one merger committee and others might be part of a different one. So that will happen. Now, the Vermont Learning Collaborative, which is the existing BOCES in Vermont, has a pretty prominent role in this process. They will be hiring the 7 facilitators. One will be assigned to each CISA region. There's also going to be one lead facilitator overall. Now, the most important, the most important role of the facilitators will be assigning school districts to different merger committees. As I mentioned earlier, the bill does include a suggested guidance map that creates 20 different school district groupings. Now, those school district groupings are purely guidance in the law. They are not binding. So the facilitators do have discretion to group school districts as they so choose. There is criteria in 955 specifically saying that there should be a minimum enrollment of 2,000 students in a given merger committee if you add up all the school districts together. However, that criteria is not binding. The one binding criteria is that all school districts in a merger committee must be contiguous. So we might see those facilitators create merger committees that directly reflect the guidance map that was created in 955, but they are not required to do so under the law. I will also add here that districts may join different merger committees. If their school board votes to, they can withdraw from a merger committee and join another one if they so choose. So there is a fair amount of flexibility in terms of what these merger committees will actually look like. Now, those merger committees are required to have their first meeting by October 15th of this year, and that will then kick off a nearly 12-month process, maybe 10 and a half months of meeting before a final report will be due. Now, one other thing I will add here about that year-long process, or nearly year-long process, is that there are not a lot of requirements in 955 on both the extent of public engagement that merger committees are required to do, or the number of meetings that they are required to have. So there is also a fair amount of flexibility in how merger committees will approach their work in terms of public engagement, in terms of how often they meet. One other thing I will also mention here in terms of the role of facilitators. I mentioned how the most prominent role of the facilitator is to come up with a merger committee groupings. After that part in the process, the law is relatively open-ended on what the role of those facilitators will be. Specifically, it says the roles of the facilitators in these merger committees will be to provide strength-based asset mapping and developing and executing a public outreach plan that maximizes public engagement for the merger committee process. So there's intent for the facilitators to help with public engagement, but the line I just read is the extent of the guidance that is provided in 955, relatively open-ended. So to move on, we'll talk about what the final reports and recommendations will be of those merger committees. As I mentioned, they will meet for about 10 and a half months, and ultimately they will produce a report that communicates to both member school boards, the Agency of Education, and the State Board of Education, whether it is advisable or inadvisable to form new unified union school districts. Now, there are aspects of 955 of this voluntary process that are new under 955. Specifically having the role of the facilitators and the timeline that is drawn out here. However, much of the actual process itself I'm about to describe is either reflects current law or specifically defers to current law. So if you had previous merger committees that were more, everything here is voluntary, but it is going to look very similar to how previous merger committees prior to 955 might have looked. Now let's talk specifically about what their final report will include. The final report will include a recommendation simply on whether forming a new school district is advisable or inadvisable. It's going to include whether each district in the recommended formation is necessary or advisable. Now this again is a reference to current law where every district that has been branded as necessary will need to approve being part of the new school district for that new school district to exist. The districts that have been termed advisable school districts, they have the option of joining the new school district, but if they decline to do so, it doesn't necessarily sink the overall project of creating a new school district. Again, that is current law, that is not part of 955. The report that is produced by the merger committee will also include an analysis of how, whatever their final recommendation is, how that will enable districts to maximize operational efficiencies under the foundation formula. The language, so this will be an analysis of whether they are proposing a new unified school district or whether they are proposing just to remain as is. So whether you're going to remain just current status quo or new school districts, you have to explain how whatever that recommendation is will maximize those efficiencies. Now, there is a provision under 955 that specifically requires the report to include an analysis of how any district not recommended to merge will meet EQS, educational quality standards, and district quality standards. However, under 955, the only situation in which that specific analysis is required is if the recommendation is not unanimous by the merger committee. So technically, the merger committee could recommend to keep the status quo. And if everybody's on board with keeping the status quo, then the analysis of whether keeping the status quo will enable districts to meet EQS and DQS, that aspect of it is not required. It's only required if the recommendation is not unanimous. Part of this process, there was a concern by a lot of folks in the legislature and beyond that smaller school districts might wind up not being included in some of the new proposed school districts. Specifically, districts with less than 750 students were called out in this process, and there is a provision in 955 that specifically says that facilitators and merger committees will endeavor to prevent small districts from being isolated. However, that is the extent of the language. It's just you shall endeavor to prevent that from happening. There's not really any hard guardrails, although later on I will explain how after the voluntary merger process, there is a separate supplemental process for small districts that were left behind to then join new school districts, but we'll wait on getting to that for a little bit here. During this process, about halfway through in February, the lead facilitator, who is hired by the Vermont Learning Collaborative, they will provide a progress report on February 1st, 2027. And then the final reports by all the merger committees will then be due by September 1st, 2027. So that brings us to the final stretch of this voluntary merger process. And again, I apologize for all of this information. This is a lot to digest. So I hope you all are staying with me here. So in the fall of 2027, that's when both the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education will start to play a pretty important role in this process. Lindsay, if you can just go to the next slide in this section. Perfect. So on September 1st, all of those reports will be submitted to school boards, the Agency of Education, and the State Board of Education. The Agency of Education will take the first step of reviewing those reports and providing recommendations and findings, and then sending those to you all on the State Board of Education. Now, the timeline here can potentially get a little wonky. All of the merger committees are required to submit all those reports by September 1st, and then the agency has 30 days after receiving each individual report to then turn it around to the State Board of Education. If all of the merger committees give those reports to the agency on September 1st or August 30th or something, then it'll be pretty straightforward and we'll be able to review all of them side by side and send them to the State Board of Education at the same time. However, if a merger committee completes its report before September 1st, they can send it to us whenever they want. And the clock starts ticking for that individual merger committee as soon as we receive the report. So if we see a couple merger committees get ahead of the curve and give us those reports earlier in the summer, then that'll mean we will then have to send them to the state board earlier as well. Ideally, we will get them all at the same time so that we can review these, kind of looking at the big picture of potential new school districts in Vermont, but there's a possibility that we might get them on a staggered basis, which might make the work a little confusing. But like I said, hopefully we'll get them around the same time. As I mentioned, within 30 days of submission, we then send them to the state board. Now, the state board, you will all issue findings according to current law, where you will look at the proposed school districts, including any articles of agreement, and make a decision on whether the proposed merger is in the best interests of the state, of students, and school districts. You are required to release those findings by December 15th, 2027. Now, assuming that we get all of the reports in September 1st, we would then turn them around by October 1st. That would give you about 2.5 months to look at all the reports and issue your findings. So there should be 2.5 months. I think because of the hard deadline by September 1st, I don't think we'll have a situation in which we'll be getting reports late, but ideally you will have basically the entire fall and beginning of winter to review all those reports. And again, the findings that you'll be issuing based on the recommendation by the agency, based on the merger committee reports, those are findings that are in accordance with current law in 709C2 there, which essentially just asks you to analyze whether it's in the best interests of the state, students, and school districts. Once you issue those findings, there'll then be a couple months until what'll be the big vote on any potential new school districts. That will happen on March 7th, 2028, which is town meeting day of that year. Those votes the law only requires votes for instances in which the merger committees have recommended a merger. So we won't necessarily see those votes everywhere, but that is what 955 says for that process. Now, before I move any further in this presentation, I want to just give myself an opportunity to take a deep breath here. And also, if anybody has any questions specifically on the merger process before we move on to other components of 955, I'd be happy to do my best to answer any questions. Cynthia, I see that you have a hand up.
Taryn, could you clarify or talk a little bit about the requirement that districts be contiguous? I'm just thinking of the Northeast Kingdom, and we have lots of things in between districts that are not necessarily make them contiguous.
Mm-hmm. So the way that the requirements for the facilitators creating a grouping of school districts to create a merger committee, the school districts that comprise a merger committee must be contiguous. I'm not sure whether current law, I don't believe current law keeps a school district from being contiguous. You have Montpelier and Roxbury, for instance, but under the process in 955, those merger committees, the one requirement for what the facilitators must do requires them to be contiguous. So I don't think it precludes the possibility in the future of having a non-contiguous school district, but for the process of facilitators creating those initial groupings, those must be contiguous.
Can they be in a different conversation though with other districts that could be happening at the same time?
I believe so. So there is a process for school districts to withdraw from the merger committee that they were assigned and to join a different merger committee. I believe that there is nothing under 955 that would prevent them from joining a non-contiguous school district.
Okay.
I believe the only specific prohibition is just on the facilitators creating that initial grouping of school districts, if that makes sense. This is a little wonky, but
yeah, it makes sense. Thank you.
Jennifer.
Thanks. So with regard to the State Board of Ed and how we fit into this process, so we're going to be issuing a series of reports on, the proposed merger, and the standard is whether it's in the best interest of the state, students, and the school. But regardless of the conclusion that the board reaches, whether or not it's in the best interest, it's still going to go to the voters, and the voters, that it's whatever the voters decide that ultimately becomes whether, the result of whether or not a merger goes through or not, correct?
Yes, so my reading of the language in 955 is that those votes will take place on town meeting day if a merger has been proposed by the merger committee. So the recommendation of the agency, of the state board, we could potentially not recommend whatever the merger is. That vote would still happen as long as the merger committee had recommended that it does. That is my reading.
Yeah. So it's just the State Board of Ed, putting its imprimatur on, a proposed merger to either say, yes, we agree with the merger committee, or no, we don't agree with the merger committee. But regardless, it's the merger committee's recommendation, with the findings of the State Board of Ed, but it's the merger committee's recommendation that's going to go to the voters.
That is correct. Now, kind of thinking ahead to what will likely be the political environment leading up to town meeting day in 2028, I do believe that whatever the findings that are issued by the Agency of Education and the State Board will likely have a lot of weight with voters and will certainly be a talking point as communities start discussing whether to vote for or against a given merger. But in terms of whether it actually goes to a vote or not, that is based on, like I said, the merger committee's recommendation.
Right. So there won't be a vote if there's no recommendation by the merger committee to merge. And when it goes before the voters, can you talk about how that vote will shake out? I mean, because obviously you're going to have different communities that are each going to be voting. So what if some vote to approve the merger? What if some don't?
Good question. So that's where we get into the difference between necessary and advisable school districts. And this is all current law. So when the merger committee creates its report, it'll say, these are all the districts that are recommended to be part of this future potential school district. It will label some school districts as necessary and others as advisable. If you have any necessary school districts on that list, each of those school districts must vote in the affirmative in order to have that new school district go into existence. If one of the necessary school districts votes it down, the merger doesn't happen at all, even if the other necessary school districts do vote for it. The advisable school districts, they can choose to join the new school district if it gets created. If they can also choose not to. If they choose not to join it and the school district still gets created, it doesn't actually keep the formation of that school district from happening. So really the most important votes for just creating that school district will be in those necessary school districts. Okay, Tammy, I see your hand's up as well.
I just think it's important for us to name something else that's a potential issue here, is that statute doesn't define a framework for what is in the best interest of the state, right? Either for the merger committees or for the state board to use. And so this creates sort of this vacuum in which merger committees are going to develop their own framework. I would hope the state board would develop a framework in advance that we would articulate so we'd had clear evaluation criteria. But it means that all of those frameworks that are that are going to be used, right, to inform the voters about what may or may not be in the best interest of the state, one, are largely undefined in statute and left up to us and various merger committees to define. And two, we have many different actors in this who may be defining those things in very different ways, right? And this is certainly a recipe for policy incoherence.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a really good point, and I think that brings up the need for having as objective criteria as possible. And so I know
it's just like all the work we do here, Torrin. We have, and Tom, if you're going to smile at me, we have to start with the definitions. It's the same thing, right? We have to come up with, like, the state board is going to have to create a framework. I think my concern is that, well, it's not a concern. I think it's something we need to discuss about, like, at what point does the board develop, who's going to lead here, right? Because left with this kind of incoherence in the system and lack of structure, we could have many different actors coming up with many different things. And that's going to create a lot of challenges and friction in a process that's already going to be challenging and have lots of friction in it. And I would like to suggest that the board come up with a framework that we lead on this, right? If ultimately we're going to have to be making recommendations, I think it makes sense that we lead, but it certainly is something that's going to have to get solved, and that item is in none of the bullet points that we just discussed, right? It's like the elephant in the room, and that's going to have to get solved, right? Like somebody along all, either that we're going to have 52 ways that this gets defined, and with 52 ways that this gets defined, this is going to be a disaster. Right? Like, you can't make policy that way when we need to have a statewide educational system. If we want to have 20 different systems and all this, but that's not in the state's interest either, right? So left undefined, we're operating in a vacuum, and I think we got to figure out as a state board how we're going to step into that vacuum, because those responsibilities have been put on our plate, and I think we need to lead in this.
Absolutely. I'm going to kick it over to Secretary Saunders on this for a minute.
Yeah, I really appreciate, Tammy, you bringing up this point, and it is an area that we will need to focus on in a coordinated way between the agency and the state board. And just kind of goes back to my opening remarks at the Secretary's update. It's really important during this period of transition that the agency and the state board are tightly aligned and remain focused on educational quality. H955 by design removes the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education from supporting the merger process. The larger law to which we are responsible is ensuring a substantially equal education for every student. And so throughout all of these conversations, it's important for us to emphasize that achieving educational quality is not voluntary. And there are parameters that are established within H955 that provide some guardrails in terms of the funding that will be available. And we know that we are going to need to move to statewide graduation requirements, that we have certain measures of quality that are already codified in rule. And that's where we're going to need to come back to the state board and make sure that there's absolute clarity in which we are evaluating that achievement of educational quality through any of these recommended proposals. Lindsay mentioned early on with the budget that there are some resources dedicated to the Agency of Education in addition to the position that the state board will have. And some of what we're looking to do with those resources is to create some merger support tools. And so that will help us to have more consistency in terms of how merger committees are evaluating the feasibility and the opportunity of merging or opportunity cost of not merging. So I think what we're starting to do is have some conversations. I've reached out to the Vermont Learning Collaborative and to the leadership of the associations to really talk through and think about that framework. We want to have those conversations also with the state board, but we know that those tools are important to develop so that there is more consistency and also transparency around how the Agency of Education will review the recommendations and the state board. So couldn't agree more that this is an area we're going to have tight coordination. And also, as we move forward, we'll develop a very clear project plan. One of the things that will be important is that we have, I think, a standing item with the state board to make updates on where the process is unfolding. And so while the facilitators are really driving the process, the agency and the state board do have a role in providing technical assistance and guidance. And I think it's important that we establish a regular cadence within the work. So absolutely, this is definitely going to be an area of focus.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Zoe. It also sounds from what you just said that you've already started a process that doesn't involve us. So I think it's important that we get involved in that process. Okay,
No,
I just heard about activities that you already had started. So I think it's important that we're involved in that process. And I think that we need a common framework on this because having multiple frameworks and multiple criteria are going to be really confusing for folks. And so yes, I do think we need to get moving on this.
Yeah, I think I want to be. I don't think Zoe's done anything.
No, I want to be really clear that we have not taken those steps. We're building out that project plan. The first conversation we're having around this is right now with the State Board of Education, but we do know that there's additional stakeholders that will need to be involved. And also all of this is aligned to the broader accountability framework, right? So yes, we do need to develop a scope of work for how we will be supporting this. And it all is connected and tied together with the work we're doing around strengthening our accountability system so that we're really clear around those quality measures. So yeah, I'm very much supportive of us continuing this and having it as a standing item with the board because the bill hasn't even been signed into law yet.
Yeah, but a standing item with the board is not working together. So I look forward to thinking about how we can actually collaborate and stand shoulder to shoulder on the actual work in developing the project plan for this.
Well, I think those items, yeah, absolutely. So I think what the next step would be as we reconvene with the board in July is to walk through the phases of implementation so that we are clear around what that engagement entails with the state board. Well, more of what I'm saying is we want to be on a regular cadence. And as that project plan is developed, that's where we're going to have clarity around substantively what that engagement with the state board looks like every month as we move forward. And there might be some need to have additional interaction through different committees or so forth to make sure that there's alignment. So that absolutely.
No, I hear you, Zoe. I think we're talking past each other. What I'm saying is that I think the state board needs to be at the table as you are developing that project plan because we have a role too, and it's going to be very important that the framework that we develop is the same or very closely aligned with the framework that you have. And if you're developing a project plan for this that involves all these pieces and we're just getting regular updates, that's not close, that's being informed, that's not collaborating. And so what I'm suggesting is I think we need to think through how do we more effectively collaborate, develop a shared framework that is used going forward.
Yeah, that's our intention.
All right, any other questions before we move on here?
Let me just point out, like, before you continue, and I do want you to continue. We are now back on our normal schedule, which is to say this agenda item is scheduled to end in 3 minutes. I think there's a lot of board interest. I just want to check with the board because I know, Tammy, you had said that I know you've got other competing obligations. Are we in agreement that Torrance should continue, or do you want to stop here and pick this back up in July? I'm happy to keep going. I just want to make sure that we're all good with being off schedule.
Yeah, let's keep going.
All right. Thank you.
And we're getting close to the end here. I'm going to talk a little more about the post-merger process, school construction, and then we'll get to deliverables from the State Board of Education. So just a few notes on after that merger committee process wraps up on town meeting day in 2028. First off, there is a moratorium on towns withdrawing from union school districts until FY35. I will also mention that the merger committees, any member of a merger committee, once those merger committees are dissolved, they may go ahead and form new study committees at that time. So there's nothing that prevents this process from happening again if it's not initially successful. We can touch base more on this in the State Board deliverable section, but there's also going to be an important report that comes from the State Board near the end of 2029, where the State Board will be tasked with identifying any districts with less than 750 students that have not merged. And that report will also include any recommendations for potential mergers of those small school districts with neighboring larger school districts. There is a separate process for quote unquote eligible school districts to petition the legislature to merge with their larger neighbors. So after July 1st, 2028, any district that has not merged may propose to merge with any unified union school district based on the vote of their school board or a petition by 5% of voters in that district. Now, voters of the eligible school district that wants to join a larger one, those voters will give an advisory vote, and then it will go to the General Assembly, which has authority to decide whether that smaller school district joins the larger one or not. So that ultimately is going to be up to the General Assembly, but it is a more condensed process than the overall voluntary process that is the feature of H955. All of that is to say, there is the possibility of additional mergers that might happen after the voluntary process in 955. Okay, now I mentioned the foundation formula earlier. Now, the main change that happens under 955 is that the enactment of the foundation formula is pushed back 1 year, and the contingencies for that enactment are now different. Under Act 73, if new school districts went into effect for the 28-29 school year, the foundation formula would also go into effect along with that change. That is now different. The foundation formula is now going to be contingent upon the submission of the JFO funding study, which will be later this year, as well as the reports by the facilitators. But there also is going to have to be legislation from the General Assembly that addresses CTE, special education funding, sparsity measures, secondary student weighting, geographic cost differences, implementation of a pre-K funding mechanism, and then also measures for satisfying legacy collective bargaining agreements between different school districts, as well as capital indebtedness held by school districts going into a merger. A lot of these bullet points are going to be part of the JFO study that'll be coming out later this year. However, the legislature will still need to act with intent to address all of these issues, which I guess would have to happen either in the 27 or the 28 legislative session in order for the foundation formula to go into effect. That foundation formula could still go into effect even if we don't see a single merger. Instead, it is going to be purely dependent on both the submission of the reports and then legislation to address all of these issues here. So the foundation formula could go into effect There is a backstop in case it does not go into effect, which I'll talk briefly about H949, which is primarily the yield bill, but also has some sections about the excess spending threshold. So there's now going to be a new excess spending threshold that will go into effect in FY28, regardless of anything we've talked about in 955. So that rate is going to be 115.5% of the excess spending base, which is going to be the average per pupil spending in FY25, adjusted for inflation in future years. Now that excess spending threshold of 115.5%, that is going to decrease each successive year until it hits 112.5% in FY32. And at that point, that will be the excess spending threshold in perpetuity, unless the foundation formula goes into effect, in which point the excess spending would essentially be moot at that point, and you have a separate supplemental spending process that would be specific to the foundation formula. So the idea behind this excess spending threshold is that on the front end, it will help transition school districts into operating under the foundation formula by providing a cap on district spending in the next couple of years before the foundation formula goes into effect. However, if the foundation formula does not go into effect, we will still have the excess spending threshold that would essentially be the backstop cost containment measure if we don't actually move to a foundation formula. And one other thing about this is that any bonds that are approved prior to July 1st of this year would be exempted from the calculation of excess spending. All right, moving on to school construction aid. Under 955, it is going to maintain the general framework of construction aid that was contemplated in Act 73. The big change is that it identifies a potential funding source, and it also increases the contemplated aid that was under Act 73. So originally under Act 73, if you were to get the base award and the bonus incentives, that would cover 40% of debt service for a given project. Under 955, that has been increased to receiving up to 75% of the entire project, not just the debt service. So the way that this is envisioned is that there would be a base award of 30% of the entire project, and then there would be a bonus incentive that would be worth up to 45% of the entire project. Now that 45%, you can only be eligible for that if you merged under the 955 process, or if you have at least 2,000 students in your school district. So technically, if you have a school district with at least 2,000 students, even if you didn't merge, you would still be eligible for that, for the bonus incentive. You also could be a school district with less than 2,000 students, but as long as you merged, you would still be eligible for that bonus incentive. So there is an incentive to merge if you are under 2,000 students, because you would then be eligible for an additional 45% of the entire cost of the project. Now, the idea under 955 is that this construction aid would be awarded using either state bonding capacity or as a debt service subsidy. The bill does not make a final decision on what the specific source will be. Instead, it tasks the Capital Debt Affordability Advisory Committee, also known as CDAC, to make an annual recommendation on the extent of available state bonding support and also availability of money for annual debt service subsidies. My understanding, based on testimony that was given by the Treasurer's Office, is that there is, I believe, about $100 million in state bonding support that is provided every biennium, so every 2 years. Under the framework in 955, that envisions an additional $50 million of state bonding capacity each year. I believe in the testimony, they said that that was likely feasible, an additional $50 million a year in bonding capacity, but they have not, there's no final decision on that. CDAC would be making that final decision, at which point the legislature would then decide whether that makes sense or not. Sorry if I'm losing my voice here a little bit. The last component of this is legacy debt aid. So districts with legacy debt aid for projects that began prior to 2025 will be eligible for legacy debt aid equal to 75% of the debt service on those projects. However, this is contingent upon them not being identified as a bad faith participant in the merger process. The facilitators, they have a report that's going to be due after the merger process. Well, they will identify if anybody has been a bad faith participant in the process. And if you are identified as such, you are then not eligible for the debt service, for the legacy debt aid. The bill does not specify or define what good faith or bad faith would mean, so that is up to the facilitator. And then if you are found as a bad faith participant, you can then appeal that to the secretary, who could then reverse that decision potentially. But again, there is not any guidance or definitions on what good or bad faith means in making that decision. It also doesn't specify, when it says a school district has to act in good faith, it doesn't specify whether that means the school board itself, the administration of that school district, the electorate of that school district. It's a little open-ended, and there's not a lot of specificity in that process. All of that is to say there is a general incentive to be a good faith participant in the process, whatever that means to individual school districts. Okay, the final section will briefly go through some state board deliverables that are in 955. As I mentioned, there is going to be a report that's due near the end of 2029 that identifies all of those isolated school districts and includes potential recommendations for mergers of those smaller districts. There's also a lot of rulemaking that is required of the state board in this process. So by March 31st of next year, the state board is directed to update EQS to establish criteria for identifying small and sparse by necessity schools. That is supposed to be consistent with the work of the existing small and sparse school committee. Also by March 31st of next year, you are directed to update criteria for the length of school day for each grade. There's also going to be an update to specifically put the class size minimums into EQS. And I will mention that there is a provision in 955 that says the class size minimums that were envisioned in Act 73 will not go into effect until the state board puts those criteria in rulemaking, or it will happen by, I believe, July 1st, 2027, whichever comes first. So that will, if you take action before July 1st of next year, then the class size minimums would go into effect earlier, but if not, they will go into effect automatically by next year, no matter when you take action. Finally, in section 29D, there is a list of a bunch of definitions. Let me see, I have a list of all of them here. So there's statutory definitions for average class size, class, content area, full-time equivalent class, school, school day, student, teacher of record. And you are required as the state board to update all of those statutory definitions. Once you put those definitions in rulemaking, those rules will then supersede the statutory definitions of all those terms. So this is a little wonky here, but essentially those terms are defined in statute until you take action to define those terms as you see fit. And then finally, the major deliverable that we talked about earlier is that you will be issuing findings on whether proposed mergers are in the best interest of the state, students, and school districts. Okay, that was a lot of information. There are a lot of other sections in 955 that I won't get into at this time, but in case there are any additional questions, I'd be happy to do my best to answer those at this point.
Well, I've been saying for months, the State Board of Ed is about to get extremely busy, and here we are.
That's right.
Yeah, so this was a really good overview. Again, as Torrin said at the beginning, this has not been signed into a law yet. It can become law without the governor's signature. But I think it will make sense to really start plotting this out in a thoughtful, cohesive way to make sure that, you know, we meet our deadlines and that the work that we're doing, you know, we don't want to be working on different parts of the elephant. I think we need to be working on the elephant. So lots to think about there. Kate?
I guess I might be following up on what Tammy was asking. The mergers are in the best interest of the state without having the definition for best interest of the state. So Tammy, is that basically the same question that you're asking as well? Okay, so that's something.
I think we're going to have to think about all of this as a policy package, not as individual things. And we're going to need a larger framework for thinking about how to move this forward. And that framework transcends just this is not just about mergers, right? Like what this bill and the foundation formula and all of this work, if you look at it as sort of a more systemic approach to change, is going to require some real clear guardrails and framework to make that work. And it's going to have to be clearly articulated to school districts because they don't know which way to turn right now, right? And all of that is left relatively undefined in the law, right? And so it's going to be really hard for anybody to move this forward until like we get some ground truth on what the framework's going to be.
And I'll point out one large variable in this process is going to be what happens with the foundation formula. Under 955, well, under the current process, what that foundation formula will look like in terms of the final base and weights is still, that'll be up to the legislature next year to decide. That will then determine how much money school districts would potentially be getting under the foundation formula, which might impact what some of those final analyses of whether, you know, what it looks like to be a district of a given size. And then there's also the possibility that foundation formula doesn't go into effect, in which case the implications of how school districts could operate in a future state would be entirely different because you might see different funding levels at those individual districts. So all of this is to say there are a lot of variables at play and a lot of work ahead.
Yep.
All right, anything else? All right, well, just want to thank Torrin, Lindsay. This has been a lot of work for you guys to condense this into, you know, something that is, you know, pithy and helpful for the board. Really appreciate it. And I think you've provided a good launching place for the board. But obviously we're going to have many conversations with the agency over the coming months. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, next we have a conflict of interest refresher that Sarah has put together. So, you know, one of the things that Sarah is doing in her support for the board, I mean, she's doing many things to support the board, but one of them is to just kind of have these touch points with the board on just good practices. So we've been talking about this for a few months. There was some space in our agenda and in Sarah's schedule to be able to put this together for us. So Sarah, good morning. And I will turn it over to you. She did send out some documents last evening that you should have in your agenda packet. No, you did not. Oh,
No.
I'm sorry.
Nope. But I just talked to Suzanne or I was chatting with Suzanne and Maureen, and they will make sure that the materials are going to be posted on the website.
Okay, so board members can just follow along with your screen. And then you'll have these as like a resource packet after the fact. All right, thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I will try to make this speedy because it has been a very meaty meeting. So, good morning. I am pleased to lead this ethics training session. As noted, before we begin, all the presentation slides, along with the State Code of Ethics and the Executive Order 422, and a conflict identification kind of cheat sheet, will be posted, I think, on today's meeting site. If not by now, then they will be by the end of the meeting, according to Suzanne. So you can use those as a comprehensive reference point going forward if you need them. Our goal today is not to memorize any parts of the State Code of Ethics or the executive order, but it is simply to understand the ethical framework that protects both you as members, as public servants, and also protects the integrity and the decisions and actions of the state board. So with that, let's get started. Let's see if I can, there we go. All right, let's start with the why. Why do we take time out of the board meeting, your heavy agenda, to focus on ethics and the rules of ethics? And it comes down to 3 foundational pillars: fairness and impartiality, anti-private gain, and public confidence. So as individuals appointed by the governor, or in Kate's case by the House, you hold structural power over Vermont's educational system. And the public must have confidence that every rule that you write, every policy that you advance, and every administrative appeal that you adjudicate is decided on the objective merits of the matter at hand. So, as noted in the preamble of the Executive Code of Ethics, which will be included in your packet, government operations risk being severely impaired whenever a conflict arises between an official's private interests and their public duties. And these rules act as a shield. They protect the public from bias, and they protect you from unfair scrutiny by ensuring that there is transparency built into everything that you do. So, who is covered by these rules? As a member of the board, you are bound by 2 distinct legal texts. One is the State Code of Ethics. The second is the executive order issued by the governor. He issued one in 2017 and then updated it in 2022. At some point, I'll flash the executive code on the screen as well. Basically, you are appointed members of a state board. That puts you in the category of public servants, and in the governor's executive order, you are considered a gubernatorial or an appointee, so you are covered in that respect as well. So what happens if the 2 documents say 2 different things? The rule is the more restrictive rule applies. So you must default to whatever standard holds you to the higher ethical baseline. So let's look at the legal definition of a conflict of interest. Under both the statute and the executive order, a conflict exists when you have a direct or indirect interest in the outcome of a matter pending before the board. So importantly, as this slide says, this isn't just about your personal bank account. The laws also attribute the interests of your immediate family, which includes domestic partners, and business associates directly to you. So it's you, your immediate family, domestic partners, or business associates. And if you need more on immediate family, I can show you that definition. It also includes in-laws. So keep an eye on that.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yep.
So I'm curious, is there a definition for the interest? I mean, like, we're all interested in education, but like, what, like, is it a financial interest? Is it broader than a financial interest? Like,
Yeah.
How does one define interest?
It isn't defined in the code or the executive order. I have gone through some of the different opinions of the state ethics commission, and I think there's some indication there of, it's very case specific. But I think you're pretty safe to say if it's a financial interest, if there is a advance to your reputation. So yeah, interest is not defined, and I think that's what makes ethics so loose, is because it is kind of relative and it's the reasonable person standard. So I don't have a good answer for you on that one, unfortunately.
Thanks.
Yep. So I did already talk about immediate family, spouse, domestic partner, civil union partner, children, foster children, siblings, your parents, and any of those, same in relation to by marriage, so your in-laws. There are two exceptions to when a conflict does not legally exist, and that is when your interest is no greater than that of the general public. So for example, if you're passing a statewide policy that affects every single student or every parent equally just because you are a student or a parent, or your child happens to attend a public school, that doesn't mean that you have a conflict in the matter before you. The second time when a conflict doesn't legally exist is when, and this is under the executive order, when you have fully disclosed to the Secretary of Civil and Military Affairs what the potential conflict is. That's in a different slide. I'll go through what that process is. And the Secretary of Civil and Military Affairs has determined that good cause exists and has granted you permission to proceed. So those are the two exceptions. Oops, here in advance. So really, probably the trickiest part of governmental ethics is apparent conflicts. So you may know in your heart of hearts that you can remain completely objective on a matter, but the law states that actual impartiality is just half the battle. You have to maintain the appearance of impartiality, and the appearance standard is objective. It is what would a reasonable person, a reasonable average member of the public is actually the language, possessing knowledge of all the relevant facts, walk away with the impression that your judgment may be significantly influenced by your outside interests. So if the answer is yes, your judgment might be significantly influenced by whatever your outside interest is, then an apparent conflict of interest exists. And so creating the appearance of a conflict or violating this perception standard is a technical violation of both the state code and the executive code. So basically, in public service, if the public perceives that there is the appearance of a conflict exists, and public perception of fairness is just as critical as actual fairness. So when you find yourself facing an actual or an apparent conflict, transparency is your best defense. And that's why we begin with disclosure. So this is a transactional requirement. And every time, it basically means that every time that something comes up where the conflict or the apparent conflict or the appearance of a conflict exists, you need to confront the conflict openly and transparently in the line of your official duties. So you can't just disclose a conflict exists once and then assume it covers you like for the rest of the year or the rest of your term. You need to do it every time it comes up. So how do you do it? If it comes up during a board meeting, you just make the public statement on the record. If you can, ideally you would do that before discussion or any other action occurs. But if in the course of discussing something, it becomes clear that there's an issue, then you should make yourself known immediately, be recognized by the chair, and verbally publicly disclose. So I was thinking today about when Tom was going through his report on the different schools. Say perhaps that you hadn't reviewed the packet last night or in the days leading up to today's meeting, and all of a sudden you realize, oh my gosh, my sister-in-law is a teacher at such and such school, and one of those schools was on the agenda to be voted for approval today. You may not know that before Tom starts to give his presentation and make the motion, but what you should probably do is, once you understand that, your family member works at that school, you should, politely just make that known and just disclose, say, my family member, who it is, they work at the school, that's their relationship. You see that as a conflict of interest, and for that reason, you are going to recuse yourself. We'll get to recusal in the next step, but that's what disclosure is. If it occurs outside of a board meeting, you should just prepare a comprehensive written statement. So say you were reviewing the packet over the weekend and you realize that came up. You can wait for the meeting, or even better, because transparency is exactly what these rules are about and you're always looking for it, maybe just write up, a couple of sentences saying, exactly what I just said, and submit it to Jennifer and ask that it be included with the minutes. So those are the sorts of things those are the ways that you would disclose. But in any case, the disclosure needs to be explicit, and it needs to clearly describe the specific matter and the exact nature of your conflict, so that in the language of the statute is that an ordinary member of the public can easily understand it. All right. So once you've disclosed, then you need to recuse. So recusal is not a passive act, and it requires a clean, total break from the matter. You immediately remove yourself and cease any further action or consideration of the matter in any capacity. So in this case, you're on the virtual meeting, but you wouldn't then be asking questions on the matter as like in the example I used before, when Tom is describing the school, or you have a point that you want to make. You need to not participate at all. We have an upcoming adjudicatory function. We've got an appeal. If it comes to your attention at some point during this process that you have a conflict with that specific matter, one of the parties, recusal in that case would mean that you're not even participating in the board's review when we go over that matter in executive session or in deliberative session. So you would immediately remove yourself. You cease any further action or any consideration of the matter in any capacity. It also means that you don't participate, like zero lobbying. You don't talk to any of your other colleagues about the matter or try to influence the decision behind the scenes. When I give this training to municipal officials, often if you're in a board or commission, the best practice would actually be to get up from the table and to go sit in the audience, so that you're not even, through body language or whatever, influencing your colleagues by sitting at the table with them. You don't really do that here in a virtual meeting, but if you were all in person, I would probably recommend that if we were sitting around a table, you actually get up and just sit in the audience until that matter is complete on the agenda. So, previously I mentioned one of the other ways that you can proceed if there is an actual or a perceived or an apparent conflict of interest, and it's unique to the executive code, or in this process, it's not under the Vermont State Code of Ethics, it's in the executive order. So basically, in this case, what you can do is, if you have a conflict of interest and you think there is good cause to move forward and still participate in the matter, or if, and this is a lot of the sort of transparency is your best friend, if you think or there appears to others to be an apparent conflict of interest, what you can do is you would file a written statement with the Secretary of Civil and Military Affairs, and you describe the matter, disclose the nature of the conflict, whether it's the actual conflict or the appearance of a conflict, and explain why good cause to proceed exists. And so, you know, you are trying to explain to the secretary and to the public, because the statement needs to be sufficiently detailed and written in a manner that can be understood by the public. But you would explain why continuing to take action in the matter is appropriate, and that you can do so fairly, objectively, and that it is in the public interest that you do so. The law or the executive order sets forth the good cause standard. And the good cause standard is basically that that the identified conflict of interest or the appearance of the conflict is de minimis in nature. It's very small. Or that it's amorphous, intangible, or otherwise speculative. Like an event hasn't happened, or a series of other intervening actions would have to occur for you to possibly be in the position of having a conflict of interest. And that's probably the more likely scenario when you're talking about, is there the appearance of a conflict of interest? It's probably because there's something speculative that a member, you know, a reasonable member of the public might be considering, but not really seeing the chess game the same way you are. Or that you can't legally or practically delegate the matter. And in some of those cases, that might be because of quorum issues, that your participation on the matter is needed in order for this public body to do the work that it needs to do. So that is how you would proceed with still moving forward with a real or apparent conflict of interest under the executive order.
And Sarah, may I just ask quickly?
Yeah.
And if a member of the greater community has a concern about one of us, or there's a concern internally about, you know, another member, or that sort of how does all of that work? Same
Yes.
process?
No, actually, enforcement is really, with all of the different codes of ethics in Vermont, it is, except for under the executive order, it is largely self-enforced. The commission, the Vermont Ethics Commission, does take complaints. So you could, a member of the public or a member themselves could submit a complaint or a request for an opinion from the Ethics Commission. You may have all seen in the news that they are claiming to be very understaffed. They have now ceased providing support to municipalities because of the burden that this resource has placed on their team. But that is one option, is to is to go to the Ethics Commission. Another option under the executive order, the enforcement is with the governor. So all that the executive order says is that the governor in his sole or his designee is the sole person for enforcing non-compliance with the executive order. So it doesn't spell out a process for that. What I would recommend doing is first working with the member or you yourself, if you want to, talk to the chair or talk to me or whatever, and see if we can't manage, how to go through the right steps, including transparency and whether or not there needs to be, disclosure and recusal. But other than that, you could. It just doesn't say that the Secretary of Civil and Military Affairs must respond to you if you're not the person actually seeking the permission to proceed for good cause.
So the public should reach out to Chair Samuelson, perhaps the governor's office, the Ethics Commission. Okay.
Yes, the public can do that. In the Municipal Code of Ethics, all municipalities are required to have a complaint process that outlines how members of the public may proceed. That doesn't exist for the state code of ethics or for the executive order, the two pieces that are relevant to your work.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Yes. I will not spend a whole lot of time on this because I'm pretty sure, given this board, that you're quite familiar with the idea that quid pro quos are not okay. But I do want to just let you know what you can and can't do. So obviously soliciting or accepting anything of value to influence your official action, which is, the quid pro quo, is not okay. But you can accept unsolicited gifts. See if I have this in the next one. I don't think I put this in here. Just so you are aware, you can accept unsolicited gifts or unsolicited items with a market value of $50 or less per occasion, provided that you don't accept more than $150 in the aggregate from a single source within a calendar year. You can accept food and drink consumed at an event that you're attending. Oh, actually, I do think I have this on the next slide. Here we go. Yeah, you can accept food and drink at an event that you're attending in your official capacity, as long as it's under $100 in the aggregate from a single source per calendar year. And you can accept things like educational materials. So if you were to go to a conference or the state, the agency sounds like is going to be putting on some events. And if there are vendors or others that are there who are putting together like a bound edition of Title 16 or something of value that is maybe over the amount of money that you're allowed to accept as a de minimis gift. If it's educational materials and it's directly related or germane to the state board functions, then you can accept those. And then, of course, you can accept personal gifts that are clearly motivated by an underlying personal relationship or a family relationship and has nothing to do with your position. So my birthday's in September. I'm just kidding. All of my friends can send me cupcakes.
Sarah?
Okay. Yes.
Question for you.
Yes.
There have been occasions where, board members have been invited to attend different conferences. How would one view the offer by the organization to cover hotel, transportation? I mean, obviously, these are not things that are going to board members. They're offsetting those expenses.
Right. Yep. In general, the state code of ethics and the executive order don't address that specifically, other than if it's being used to advance something personal or if it's a quid pro quo. So if it were so context matters. If it's a general conference or a general event to understand more about policy or governmental functions, there doesn't appear that would be considered, a gift, at least in this context for the purposes of conflict. But if it were, let's say, an independent school or college that was going to be, that was coming up for approval and they were, convening a meeting in, a tropical climate with, really expensive hotels, I think you would have to look at that a little bit differently and consider the context for the host and the purpose and also the potential action that you might be taking specific to that matter.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the only reason I even thought to ask that is I'm looking at this, list where educational materials and food and drink could be considered gifts because again, those feel, somewhat functional and necessary to
right.
The work that we would be doing.
Yep. And so that's why they're called out as exceptions.
Okay.
So they wouldn't be considered gifts
But
for the
capped.
yeah, exactly. Yes. Yes. So if they fall into those categories, they wouldn't come under the general gift restriction limitation.
Thank you.
Yep. This is probably also pretty straightforward, but I'll mention it because we should just mention it always in our constant exercise and refresher on ethics. But this slide targets the intersection of your public title and your private life. Regarding your position of power, you're not allowed to use your position or your board authority or your appointee title to secure any sort of direct or indirect personal, financial, business gain for yourself, your family, or any of your other private associates. Your title actually belongs to the state and it can't be used to promote anything private to you or something that would bring about any kind of special treatment. Board members don't have a lot of access to state equipment, but if you do begin to use state equipment for one reason or another, you're not to use state-owned property, funds, vehicles, facilities for non-official business or any, private personal interest.
So Sarah, back to the prior point. So of course you're putting, somebody might put this on your title on the resume, it's on your, I don't know, your Facebook page, but
Yep.
if I had a Campion Consulting, and I probably shouldn't have it on there if I'm consulting in this kind, if I were, I'm not, but in this area.
You have your title, and so you can use it.
Okay.
But I think
I
what
can't
this
go
is,
to a client and say, hey, well, go ahead.
yeah, you couldn't go, you couldn't use your title to then go to, let's say, I'm just thinking, I keep coming back to like the independent schools or
Yeah.
like if your business was to help secondary, post-secondary institutions manage their records and use it in a way that seems to put you at a greater advantage, like show that you bring better value than a competitor because of your position on the board and your proximity to the decision making that advances their specific interests, that would probably be viewed as using your official position. Again, it doesn't say that you can't use your title, but if you were to present it in a way in your pitch and in your materials, like I can help you, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
get through
Okay.
the process
Yeah,
faster. Yeah.
thank you.
Yep. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
Oh, okay. Confidential information, you are all, to a member on this board, very familiar with restrictions on the use of confidential information and data security. So, as you know, sometimes you are trusted with sensitive and non-public information. But it's important just to point out that even the things that we discuss during the lawful executive sessions or matters that come up during administrative appeals, those are also in part confidential. And the rule is pretty absolute. You must never disclose privileged or confidential information to any outside person. And of course, you are not to use any non-public information to advance personal or financial interests. There's not a lot of like insider trading. I know they use the term insider trading in both the statute and the EO, but it's not really the same as like insider trading here. But it's the same concept that you are not transacting private business using, information you gathered in the course of your work that is not public. If it's public, it's fine, because then it's not confidential. All right. Personal and outside interests. So our Ethical duties also extend to how the board service impacts our outside careers, both during and after our time in our tenure. This slide may be a little confusing, so I'll say at the outset that both the code and the executive order are written broadly to apply to a whole variety of people. And even in the executive order, there are appointees who are actually paid employees of the state, and there are appointees who get more money than the State Board of Education gets. So there's a threshold for, like, if you earn more than $30,000 a year as an appointee versus if you earn less. And so in the executive order, it talks about ethical rules while employed by the state, and it sort of distinguishes that there are tiered layers of employment or connection to the state. And naturally, through those employment relationships, your appointing authority would have the ability to direct whether or not your day-to-day work comes into conflict with your outside employment. But that said, in saying that this is a hard one to parse out for this particular board and your particular set of circumstances, there still exists in both the code and the EO the requirement that outside employment can't be incompatible with your official duties. So you can't take any official action that advances the interests of a person to which the with which the appointee is employed or actively seeking employment. So I kind of see this as, yes, there's this prohibition against having your outside employment be in conflict with your official duties, but also we have the conflict of interest requirements so that in the case-by-case examples, when that does happen, you would disclose and recuse and have nothing more to do with it. Your appointing authority, when you are appointed, presumably your appointing authority, vets you and looks at whether or not your day job, because everybody has a day job, is is incompatible with the official duties. But if they miss that or circumstances change, my advice to you would just be to keep, your appointing authority notified should those circumstances change. And, as I said in an earlier slide, transparency is what this is all about. So just be transparent and treat your official duties with, sort of an ethical, mindful consideration in considering how that may intersect with your outside employment and the interests of your outside employer. So to summarize, general prohibition against outside employment being incompatible with official duties. And then there is a post-board service limitation. I think generally this was written for lawyers, but there could be a situation where after you've worked for the board, you would be coming in front of, either a judicial proceeding or a rulemaking body or another public body, or appearing before the state or the General Assembly on a specific matter where you personally and substantially participated on the matter during your government service. As we've already indicated, there are only limited circumstances where that happens, like independent school approvals, appeals and other adjudicative matters. There could be matters with school districts or schools themselves, particularly as we look at education transformation. And so, if there is a role, even other than lawyer, where in the future you might be on the other side of the issue after having substantially participated as a board member on the state side of the issue, this code and this executive order prohibit that activity. So it's just something to keep in mind as you're thinking about your post board employment. All right, we're coming to the end here. Impartiality in communications. So this is just day-to-day operations and public communications. Pretty basic. You must act completely impartial, showing no favor, prejudice to any individual. A parent or student deserves the same access to you and the same weight of concern as any powerful legislator or well-funded advocacy group. I see on a regular basis that you all, during your public comment sections of your meetings, you all tend to do that with a lot of grace and a lot of propriety. So kudos. The next piece is just to remember that when speaking with the public or the press, that the rule on board speaking is that you can't speak, write, or act on behalf of the board unless the board has explicitly authorized you to do so. So you would need to say to the press, I'm sharing a personal opinion, or clarify with a member of the public that you're speaking on behalf of yourself and not on the body, because you don't have the power to act unless you are unless you're authorized to do so by the board. And I see a hand.
It's just me, Sarah. I just
Tammy,
was going to
yeah.
remind us all that a few years
Yes.
ago we passed, I don't know what it is, the official title of it is, but we did agree that any sort of correspondence with the press or any outside entities would be done by the chair and not as us as board members, right?
Okay.
And so, well, that's not in the ethics code. That is part of what the board has agreed to.
Okay. That might be a good idea to actually, Jennifer.
Jennifer,
and
don't we
maybe
have something in
Suzanne.
writing? I remember taking a vote on this. It was part of when we were actively trying to put SOPs in place at the time. And I think we actually wrote an SOP on that, didn't we, Jennifer? And voted on it?
We did, yeah. And I think, Tammy, when you and I met with Kate, as part of our new board member orientation, this was something that was shared. All board members should have received it. And, we've talked about sort of housing things on our website, which feeds into, the other work that Sarah's doing in terms of, roles and responsibilities. But yes.
So would it make sense to see if we can find that, and maybe when these materials are posted, just as a matter of just keeping it all, throwing that SOP along with these materials on the site?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can send that if you haven't seen it.
And then the last one is using your state email. So the best practice is to use your official state email for all board business. This is included in the executive order, and while it isn't expressly related to ethics and more to best practices, it does call out the fact that this helps to maintain compliance with the Public Records Act. So should there ever need, the public records officer, which I believe for the board is a designee of the agency, but should there ever be a need to go through voluminous records, it is much easier to use the technical assistance of, ADS to go through emails than to have you try to suss through all of your, Gmails. So to the extent that you are able to, you are asked to conduct your official state email, conduct your official business on your state email address. That can also mean that if someone emails you personally and it is state board related, that when you reply back to them, just copy your state board address. That often works really, really well for people who have multiple emails. All right. So this slide brings all the concepts directly into your core statutory duties, which I've been referencing: meetings, rulemakings, and appeals. We've talked about the fact that you would clearly state on the record, before the board takes action, that you have a potential or apparent conflict, and that then act accordingly. When we amend rules like EQS, we also need to ensure that those policy choices are evaluated strictly on objective merits, and that they're completely insulated from any private financial gain. So if there is a conflict there, this is when you would raise it. And I in preparing this, I was thinking about, you know, these rules are very broad. And so if you worked for a company that had something to do with one piece of, like, I'll just say like record keeping or something in EQS, and we changed and required, you know, vendors to be used, I would be happy to work with any of you if you ever felt like you had an apparent conflict or you aren't sure, or there's an actual conflict, on how to remove yourself from the necessary activity, but perhaps still preserve your ability to work on, you know, the remaining parts of rulemaking in a manner that doesn't erode public confidence in the transparency of the action. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And then, of course, in appeals, we would guard against any apparent conflicts and just completely support you in excluding yourself from any involvement when you are related in some way to the party or to one of the school entities. All right, now I've made four practical examples. We'll go through A, I'll pause, someone tell me what you should do. We'll go through B, C, and D. And then, you know, this is more for discussion just to make sure we've cemented some learning. So you are being asked to vote on a policy that impacts your spouse's private business. What should you do? Rich, what should you do?
You should definitely vote on it and make sure that your wife gives you your cut of the commission. No, you can't vote on it. You should abstain. You should shut your camera off. You should walk away. Yeah.
You are very ethical and get an A+ for the day.
Thank you. Can I get the next one? Because I could really use the gift basket.
Sure. Go right ahead. What should you do if you are offered a $150 gift basket?
It's way too much, and tell them to take $100 worth of stuff out of it.
Actually, only $50 worth of stuff.
Oh, no, I would decline it anyway.
But actually, I think you're right. It depends on what. I was thinking about this one, about how, like, if it's food and you're at like an occasion where you can have up to $100 worth of food and drink, versus it's all not food, then it's $50. So, but you're right. You should decline. Be mindful of your gift limitations. C is starting to get a little trickier. A close friend, not a family member, just a close friend, brings an appeal before the board. What should you do?
Recuse yourself, walk away, shut your camera off, go in the audience, don't make any face, be very neutral.
Yeah, and why?
Because it just doesn't look good. And you should also tell them, if they call you and tell you you're going, you should like plug your ear and say, I don't want to hear it.
Yep, exactly. Now, what if you're coming before the board and the board has a quorum issue and you really need to act on this, and you know, it could mean the difference between, you know, justice. What could you do to still be able to act?
I don't think there's anything you can do if they're a close friend. I would not even try it, and it's unfortunate, but.
So in most cases, you are right. However, under the executive order, you could, in writing, ask the Secretary of Civil and Military Affairs for a finding of good cause to proceed. And that could be issued, and you could say that either the appearance of the conflict is de minimis, and perhaps even in this case, it's in the public interest for you to act so that the board has a quorum to be able to act on the person's behalf. That's going to great lengths, and it would have to probably be a really severe situation. But I just wanted to highlight that point of learning, because that's different from other available avenues, if any of you have done ethics for any other purpose. All right, asked by a lawmaker or a stakeholder for SBE, State Board of Education policy guidance. What should or could you do?
I would direct them to Jennifer.
So yes, there's actually two pieces to this, and it goes both ways, and it addresses the idea that you have an obligation to maintain the integrity of the board, and you should do nothing to adversely affect the confidence of the public in the integrity of state government. And in this case, what I would do is you would clarify to the individual and say, hey, I can only speak on my own, I can't speak on behalf of the board. I'm not authorized. And then you could say, yes, you could say, talk to the chair, and then they could work out a way for the person to come to the board. Or in this case, Jennifer could say, I'll take your case and we'll bring it to the board and decide what to do. And then in some circumstances, if you clarify your role and it may be just a de minimis or a very small, maybe even inconsequential to you sort of conversation, it probably another way to sort of use transparency as your tool is just to let the board communicate back to the board and let them know that that conversation happened, people were asking these questions, and that you did something and said, this is my own viewpoint. So I see a hand.
It's me. I just
sure.
want to piggyback on that and just sort of reorient. So because, I am asked to testify on behalf of the board, Tammy's asked to testify on behalf of the board. And what I've tried to do is when we are asked is to say, hey, State Board of Ed is meeting on such and such a date. If we can, if I can time my testimony to occur after the State Board of Ed meeting, then I will warn this on the agenda and we'll have a board discussion. And then I can report back to, the full board, thoughts on the issue. Sometimes that's not possible. There have been a couple of times where we've warned a special meeting over something because it was really critically important. People who've been on the board longer may recall that. And short of that, sometimes there just isn't time. And I endeavor to be very, very clear with legislators that, there are some things like if we're talking about, well, what do the rules provide in this situation? Well, that's, I feel very comfortable talking about that because these are rules, they're in the books, these are, vetted by board members. So I feel very comfortable sort of reporting on that. But beyond that, if it's asking for a judgment call and this is not something that the board has discussed, all I can do is say, this is, me with my personal hat on. This is my personal opinion. Can't speak for the full board because we've not discussed it. And then, as you all will recall, as we have board announcements, I have looped board members and members of the public in on when I have been asked to testify, as well as when I have testified, just so that everyone is looped in.
Yep. So I think it's just transparency. So that's great. All right. So what do you do when you are unsure? So ethics and ethics rules can often feel like a very gray area. But the most important rule I think that you can take with you as you're navigating that sort of foggy space is not to guess and not to do nothing. So moving forward in the face of this ethical uncertainty is usually what can cause problems and can undermine public confidence. And so the law does build in, both the law and the executive order have built-in mechanisms to help you. So if you're unsure about whether you have a real conflict or an apparent conflict, feel free to reach out. You can request guidance or an advisory opinion from the State Ethics Commission. Again, noting limitations that they have expressed to the public about their capacity to respond to them, but you can still do that. The law says that you can. You can consult with me, you can consult with the chair. And then the other option is always that because of the executive order, you could seek the good cause determination from the secretary and just say one way or the other, I think this is, I don't think I have a conflict. I don't even think I have an apparent conflict, but if in seeking the good cause, then obviously one of the prongs is going to apply to you, or the secretary is going to write back and say, why the heck did you reach out? This is absolutely unnecessary. So that clarity kind of gives you as a board member, just you personally, some, something to kind of rest your reputation on. But then it also shows that as a board, all the members are working together to make sure that confidence is not undermined in the board's actions and your activities. So the final takeaway is first, act impartially. Second, disclose early. And third, remember that you've got this, you've got required training. So you are supposed to do this, this training, and most of you have already done this. I think there are a few of you who have to do your initial training within 120 days of appointment. I've emailed you separately about whether or not this training will count for that. But for everybody else, you're supposed to go through, the training every 3 years. I'm also going to hopefully find a way to, just let you know, I'm going to see if I can get this training to count so that if the Ethics Commission will approve what I've done today, or, I submit something different in the future, you won't have to go through the online CAPS training. And we'll keep you posted on whether that required training will be provided to you, or if you'll have to seek that out every 3 years. So in the PowerPoint, there are the 3 links to the Ethics Commission, as well as some of their advisory opinions. Jennifer, where like the Green Mountain Care Board, there was a question there. I think there are some board members in other capacities, usually they're paid, and are considered employees, but I think there's some good stuff there. There's the State Code of Ethics and the executive order. All of those things will be posted materials. I've also provided, the State Ethics Commission has done a pretty cool little conflict of interest chart. So it looks like this. It's a little navigational tool. So you'll see that in the packet too, where you kind of ask yourself these questions, and then that helps you to determine whether or not you have conflicts. So that's the extent of the training, and I appreciate your patience and attention.
Thank you, Sarah. I see a couple hands raised. Let me just say, for those of you who have taken the ethics training, I went back and looked, and basically everyone, Tom, I wrote it down somewhere. Tom, Mohammed, Rich, and I all took the training in the fall of 2024. Tammy, you took it in January 2025. So just, Sarah's going to see if this training counts as, the 3-year, every 3-year course. But short of that, just note it in your calendar if you're going to still be on the board in 2027 or 2028. You will need to retake it. New members, if this doesn't count, you need to take it, and certainly student members who miss this need to take it. So with that, I see Rich and I see Tom.
Yeah, I just was wondering, do they send you like a reminder? Is it up to us to do? No reminder, so we just have to recall.
Yeah. If you're
Okay.
actually, so it'll be interesting to see if you're in state government and you're appointed in an employed position.
Forward the certificates to me for my information, but also to Maureen and Suzanne, so that they sort of transcend various iterations of the board. So theoretically, Maureen, I'm not saying that Maureen and Suzanne are keeping track of the 3 years, but that information is there if we need it.
And where do we find when we did it? Or
I looked last night. I went through my records, and so Rich, you did yours in 2024, and I can give you.
Yeah, I was just wondering though, if I forget, which I do and will.
Yes,
Rich,
you did yours in September of 2024. I did mine September 2024. Tom was October 24. Mohammed was October 24. Tammy was January 25. And then everyone else who taken it is no longer on the board. So
thank you.
Yep. Tom?
So thank you for this, Sarah, but I think we might need to revisit an agenda item. People know of my association with St. Johnsbury. I volunteer there. My son and his wife work there, so that's not just an apparent conflict. That's a conflict by definition. And I didn't think of it because I was just reporting our committee's decision, but I did make the motion and I did vote. So I don't know if we need to reopen that agenda item, have somebody else make the motion, and retake the vote. What is the best process?
I think that's great. This is what an excellent learning moment. So I would recommend that under the next agenda item that Tom, that you move to withdraw your motion, or Jennifer, you might entertain a board action to perhaps rescind its approval and then redo it with someone else making the motion. And Tom, on the record during that action item, stating your conflict, your relationship, just as you did, and just say, I'm recusing myself, and then taking the next action by roll call.
Thanks, Sarah. Before we do that, Rich. Oh, you're muted.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was going to make a motion to rescind our previous action approving the St. Johnsbury Academy renewal of an approved accredited school.
Well, let's hold off on that because
Okay.
we should probably finish this agenda item out before we turn back to agenda item F. Do we have more comments on the conflict of interest refresher? And I will say, like, I know all of us have, not only do we have other jobs, but we also have other volunteer activities, other community activities. I know that we get pulled into many different, conversations. We are asked to speak about certain things. I mean, like, we all have a fair amount of expertise, which makes us at least interesting to members of the community. And I think, one of the takeaways from this presentation is transparency, transparency, transparency. And I think it just helps. So maybe we should be thinking about this during board announcements. Like, are there situations in the prior month where, you've been asked to talk about, what's your opinion on blah, 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 blah. And then it just kind of gets it out in the open and allows board members as well as members of the public to, really have an understanding of, not just the work that we're doing in these, warned and recorded meetings, but, other things that are happening outside of this time, and to bring all of that into the room together so that we're able to, really inspire confidence by members of the public in the work that we're doing. Kate?
I was just thinking, the one that comes up is we all come from districts that operate schools. And some of the things we're going to do are going to be helpful to our different districts, and some are difficult for our districts. But because we have I don't have any financial commitment to I have no ownership of school buildings, as you know, because it's not personal and not an employee. And even though I'm on the school board, my decisions here, my understanding is, do not bring forward the complexity of an ethics concern.
I don't know if you're looking for my concurrence there, but I think generally that's correct. And there may be an issue that comes up that is, very specific, but I think if that's to, your school board, maybe there's a sanction, maybe something like that comes up, but in that rare occasion, we would just take it case by case and really just go through the analysis. But you're absolutely right. We all have a general interest, even if we are serving on those other boards.
Thanks, Kate. Anything else? All right, Sarah, thank you. I'm going to close this agenda item out. We'll keep you here with us just to make sure we do this correctly. And I'm going to go back to agenda item F, the independent school approvals. Rich had made a motion to rescind the board's vote with regard to St. Johnsbury Academy, granting its reapproval. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you, Cynthia. Any discussion?
This is when I think I should recuse myself from everything going forward. So I do volunteer at St. Johnsbury Academy, part-time coach. My son works there, as does his wife.
Hey,
Thank you,
and
Tom.
thanks, Tom, and thanks, Tom, for leading by example. Appreciate it.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, Thomas turned his camera off. He is recusing himself completely from this vote. So at this point, let's do a roll call. And this is all in favor of approving the motion to rescind, our vote, our earlier vote granting reapproval to St. Johnsbury Academy.
Aye.
Aye.
Well, let's do roll call.
Oh, roll call. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Brian Campion,
Aye.
Mohammed Joe,
Aye.
Caleb Greenwood, Tammy Colby,
Aye.
Cynthia Stewart,
Aye.
Kate Webb,
Aye.
Rich Werner,
Aye.
Chair Samuelson, will you be voting?
Yes, in the affirmative.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this point, would someone, and the motion is in the agenda packet, would someone like to make the motion as noted on the secretary's recommended action?
I would, but I already ripped that piece of paper up, so I can't find it.
Well, I'm looking at it. I will make the motion.
How about
Okay.
you make the motion, Jennifer? I was like, I'm not sure what the motion exactly would
Sure.
say.
So I'm going to move that the State Board of Education grants renewal of independent school approval to St. Johnsbury Academy in St. Johnsbury, Vermont, to serve students in grades 9 through 12, ages 14 to 22. The renewal approval period is for the full term of 5 years through June 30th, 2031. This approval is conditioned on the requirement that the school reports to the Agency of Education within 5 business days whenever any changes occur in enrollment, programs, policies, facilities, financial capacity, staffing, or administration during the approval period.
I will second that motion.
All right, thank you, Rich. Any discussion?
I would
Okay,
just like
here-
to say that I really like how Sarah and Tom set this all up for us for a real life training session, and I think it was very appropriate and very well done.
Here, here.
All right, with that, Suzanne, could you please do a roll call?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Brian Campion,
Aye.
Mohammed Joe,
Aye.
Caleb Greenwood, Tammy Colby,
Aye.
Cynthia Stewart,
Aye.
Kate Webb,
Aye.
Rich Werner,
Aye.
Chair Samuelson, will you be voting?
Yes, in the affirmative.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so that closes back out agenda item F and brings us bouncing back to public to be heard. If there are any members of the public who wish to address the board, please raise your hand. And I'm not seeing anyone. I don't even see anyone other than board members on my screen. So with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, got Rich
Wait,
and
I'll
Tammy.
second.
There we go. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Appears to be unanimous. Thank you all. See you next month.